Oh, yeah. Alright, folks, here we go. The whirlpool that is patient. I do know of a certain someone in the ending of this one. Other than that, not that much. Hmm. Across the battlefield's line, one war can wear many faces. Yo, hello, writing. Senior Professor of Classics at the Victorian National University, Samuel Seuss. Once likened the ample library of Sir Cassegrain to the holly trees upon Londinium's fringes. In these essences of knowledge, these long shadows of history, we never fail to find parallels to how we ourselves have gone and to how we will go. Quartered are the epics and philosophies, one by one filed away are mythologies and theories. Humble scholars filled page to page with their wisdom and diligence, each laureate, poet, a bookshelf to themselves. Someday the storm will pass, for hope can never truly die. What is formed of these accounts in ink, that is our civilization in all its pride. Sir Cassegrain was a decent jailmate. We debated over many a question through our wall. The wall that was, perhaps, the sole reason our time came to an end without his realizing I was a sarcasm. He simply took me as Victorian, one too mired in introspection at that. I still remember his last words to me, before being dragged from that neighboring cell. Any time of trouble, a proud Victoria need only return there. And the winter of our discontent will once again feel not so endless after all, and the coming of spring the closest thing. Friend, you need only return there. Is this the feline arguing? Resolve. I tried those already, even the papers the good calfskin stuff. Those books ain't burning. Why call it paper if it's calfskin anyway? Why don't we say writing skin or something? I don't know. Screw us, this fire just ain't happening. Got all smoke and no warm soup. Okay, I'm assuming those were the books holder was talking about in his voice lines? Soup. Stuff's just water with a couple stems and scraps we tossed in. You know what? This is all their fault. Those sneering royal court shitheads have us out here doing all the hard and dirty work, snatching Londiniers across to work their factories across the entire city. They won't even give us a hot bowl of something for the trouble. Captain said we officially seized Londinium now. Defense forces got disbanded, but the two guys out, the Liberi. Well, I'm starting to regret not going with W. Goddamn loony woman. Whatever. Probably wouldn't turn out any better if I did. We'll see about that. What are all these books anyway? Could be discount catalogs for all I care. Yep, it's the feline. Why would some old feline collect this many discount catalogs? Is it with you any questions? Who gives a shit what goes on in the Victorian's head? Still, never seen an old man cry his eyes out like that. Were you watching? Got his embroidered lapel all gunked up with his own snot. Hey, snap out of it. Get me some more books. The fire's about to go out. What are you doing? Reading them? What reading? You ain't literate. And all this shit's in Victorian anyway. Well, there's pictures in here too. Look at these drawings. There's a feline girl here giving this boy a real slap. What do you think the deal's with these two? Cheating, I figure. Anything more interesting? No, all the other pictures are dull. Just one of these things is a couple hundred pages. How many books do we have here? And the thinner ones over there. They only put a few words on each line, so you have to keep looking down for the next one. What is it Victorians are writing in these? Do the lands really have that much worth writing books about? This one, and that. All kept in these beautiful glass cases. They're all different kinds. There's another possibility. Victorians are so stinking rich, they'll pay to bind their own toilet paper. Ha, maybe. Why don't we have books of our own? They flip through these things so much, the edges are curled. Maybe we do. Yeah, how the liches are a bunch of nut jobs who hold themselves up in libraries. One sees them for years and years. That's how long. Not that my ass cares. Hot soup drink means more than any of that. Yeah, the days just blend together. These books just blend together. And if I can't read, I know it. There's never one new thing under the sun. 1,000 years ago, we macheted people to death. Now we got more efficient weapons. 1,000 years in the future, we'll be flying through the sky and using, I don't know, clouds and stars to keep on killing and killing. If we put houses on the moons, plant our own food, maybe we won't have to keep fighting like this in the future. Maybe something even bigger will happen, and everyone will stop wanting to be up in arms. It's gonna depend a lot. Never mind. Let's get that next book burning. Sometimes I wonder if the work I'm doing is just me satisfying myself, just trying to prove to myself I'm still one of the awake. One could say woke. Ina said, really? Yep, told her. Keeps me up at night and nothing else. That pretty much just confirms it. This is the feline holder talkie talk. After all, Castell's not going to be overflowing with people who can use a printing press. Hello, where are we? Yep, Kashmir. Zooming. Get up to speed ASAP, boy. This isn't the classroom. I'm not obligated to teach you the ropes. You could just run your butt back to the countryside. How many more months is your internship? I'm very sorry, sir. I just wanted to be scrupulous about my writing. Scrupulous? I don't want a goddamn catastrophology thesis. I want our circulation beating our union friends at Loyalty Sports. And I want them beaten hard 24/7. You're the office work. You're the office workers passing by the newsstand or the intercity net new subscribers is an essay titled Victoria Makes Massive Strides in Catastrophology. Going to pry your cash loose? But don't you think Sarcas destroys Victoria is a little, for a headline? You think our readers want the truth? Even the Central Journal's top tier subscribers aren't asking for the truth. You need to spoon feed them worry, fear, feelings of superiority, slightly leading emotional appeals followed by hard verdicts, and then they'll want more. Then they'll pluck cash out of their pockets. Then you'll guarantee a goddamn job. Too real. Who is it? You know what time it is right now? What? How long ago did that new courier truck leave with our plates? Half an hour ago. Is there some kind of breaking news from Victoria? Oh, you idiot. Move, we're going to the printers now. They should still be on shift. You can still make it. I'll give the chief editor a call. Write me a new lead article ASAP. Front page material. On what? My informant says Viviana the Candle Knight, Nova Club, Long AWOL. She's formally announcing retirement tomorrow. Oh, wow. Oh, wait, it happens here? I thought it was going to happen in the... Okay, so this is the follow-up to the event, huh? Quick, we need to be the first body in all of Kashmir to report on this. Autoprove to the GCC, just which rose paper editorial really matters most. Then what about Victoria and the Shard? Cares, boy. A million things a day happen on Terra. And we only need the most meaningful scoops out of them all. Remember that. Call a cab already. Okay. Come to mention, sir, there'd always be unlicensed devils around here running their own taxis. Have you noticed them kind of vanished lately? Well, that's ominous. Okay, so this is in the... What do you call that? Trailer. The history of Sarkaz is a history for itself. It's a lamentable fact, one I am loyal to. Yet still, I attempt to prove to them that slaughter aside, there are events about us worth being remembered, reflected on. Upon this land, those events that had the luck to be written off assiduously, those that can be counted on one's fingers. And yet, even if I record these past affairs, this is the black market. Yep, it is the black market. This is what we agreed on. No stock means no stock, Tona. What you see is what you get. All original explosives are sold out. The weapons I ordered Are you expecting us to walk into that cave teeming with slugs and giant gloom pincers and heaven knows what other monsters and just tackle them with our bare hands? That's your problem to deal with, not mine. Listen here. You've been cruising the entire black market for the last 3 weeks and managed to get what? Half a dozen weapons? Less. What mercenary squad could possibly snatch everything up? Are they insane? Even Solar Valley Industries couldn't possibly buy this much. Is that liaisons? Was it the Lord Amir? So which sad sack Lord Amir got ripped off this time? I want a hint. We'll divert around. No, no Lord Amir. They were such a mystery, I couldn't say. It was probably the Pasha, and not just one. Might even be. What the hell are you feeding me? Ashes on a shopping spree at the black market? And more than one? That's impossible. They have their own channels, and multiple. Buying weapons in huge bulk? You know what that even entails? All I've got is a blind guess. They went through several layers of middlemen and used some foreign firms to keep their hands extra clean. Every purchase happened to be some quantity that wouldn't raise suspicion. So if someone called coincidence, it might just pass. But who in Sarkhan could ever monopolize all this so perfect? Hey, buddy. Oh, hello, sir. It looks like a Hortus Sargas. Got my rides and supplies sorted? Yep. 4 cars, rations, water, tent, all good to go. Good, here's the cash. The hell did Spacer get that wealthy? No, I heard he and his band of mercs are planning to ditch Sargon. They rustled up all the money they had to head someplace else. Columbia, probably, or Victoria. A lot more devil mercs career changing than usual, I feel like. What for? Don't all of Spacer's relatives live in Sargon? Does he not care about his old Baba with a broken leg? Knows. I've never been able to make heads or tails of how these devils think. They're just sick enough of desert and rainforest. Want to switch up their surroundings now. That'd be best case. It's been like this recently. Things just getting weird levels of complicated left and right. Makes no sense to me at all. Damn it. The only thing my grandpa ever had to figure out was which Leporibis Shorthorn ran the slowest and made the best dinner for us. They didn't hit this many setbacks in their time, did they? We as rural Sargon people just feel it coming. It. War? Just like a Shorthorn, once it gets intense, it'll knock you flat. Yep, I'm just assuming war. Even if I write of these, write of our dialects and our recipes. Peasant wives' songs of a chief courier's great drunken boasts, of romance in the trenches, of graffiti in the ruins. These things, in the face of our suffering, pale beyond mention. They are reduced even to an irony of sorts, seeming to inform my readers, if I even have any, that we'd be best serving using violence to wrest them back. That was never my intent. Even so, I have no right to be serving you my verdict. Oh, hello, Victoria Countryside. Victoria Countryside. That messenger should be here by now. Did some fanciful girl steal his heart on the way again? I've had enough of these tardy excuses by now. Isn't there anyone who can drill into his head how much his job matters? Hello, Trilby, sir. He won't be coming. Postal Messenger Arthur Morrison is dead. Dead? Executed on grounds of treason. Treason? Who in the land are you? Doing my job. Cooperate and you'll make both our lives a lot easier. Tell me what you know about Arthur Morrison, please. I hardly knew him, really. Just like he was the only postal messenger around who'd make the run to Londinium. My own daughter goes to university there, so him and I only exchanged the odd word. He was a treasonist? Was he taking Sarkaz help? My girl wrote to me how Londinium's been littered with them lately. That wretch. I knew he was a scoundrel at the first moment. Trust him to gang up with the devils. He got what he deserved. No. My comprehension is that Arthur Morrison served Ursus. Yo, hold up. Ursus, but... And you were his co-worker, Mr. Wesley Rowett? What? Sir, you surely must be joking. I'm a feline born and bred. I've been planting potatoes here my whole life. I can't speak you a word of Ursine. There's me some misunderstanding here. I know potatoes can't afford your daughter's tuition at the Victorian National University. Uh-oh. Well, got you there, buddy. Died. If you insist on being stubborn, I can free you of your other arm too. Oh, he cut it off. Okay. Don't waste my time. No resistance of yours is meaning. So the rumors were true. That Ursus was right. Londinium's been occupied. For the past month, I haven't gotten a single word from the place. Not even the tiniest hearsay. Those goddamn sarcasts. They disgrace us. They murder us. They enslave us. And you self-professed protectors of Victoria, what have you done? Don't you have anyone in Londinium? A dear friend, a father, a mother, a child? Of course, of course. You're bigger than that. You have to pull them out safe. Yes, you do. But us peasant class, no. We thought we could send our children to great old Londinium, to the heart of Victoria, where surely they grow beyond our wildest expectations. And now, you're laborers to the sarcasm, slaves to them, in our own country's capital. Those devils are turning Victoria's tempest on Victoria itself, and you people are just letting it happen. Well, that's what happens when you do imperialism, buddy. It goes inwards. You can never hope to grasp Victoria's motives with your shallow insights. All you need to do is take me to your intel exchange. As if I would. Well, what was that? Did he get bazookaed or something? Excuse me? What's happening? Did he just lose another arm? Okay, so it's like Bagpipe's fourth cracker. An ashen lance bursts forth from his body. The man facing him thrusts his hand out, an attempt to allay the fear of his chest being run through. Okay, he just got freaking skewered. His hands, the instant they touch that deep impurity, are warped and withered. Tss, hiss. From afar comes a racked breath, spine chilling. To me, Castshire's flowers bloom for spring. Those all calms. If I haven't initiated contact again in 15 minutes, abandon this town immediately. May I have the strength not to drown in the flower's scent. What's happening? Are they gonna bombard this? In the height of midsummer, he exhales frigid mist. He cannot cower, he cannot shrink. He must establish communications with the opposite side. In Victoria's name. Where is it? Wait, his huff? Isn't that the Emperor's blade then? 729-1, code word. He must not look back. They must not catch sight of each other. He only hopes his adversary is fully aware to abide by the rules of this little game. He can tether a beast, but not a poltergeist. Snowflakes whirl about. Jet black sinking into the soul of Victoria. There it is. It is a freaking Emperor's blade. I mean, they were talking about Ursus. A long, slender shadow stretches out from the underfoot. He knows. It's right behind him. How close? His heart pounds like thunder. Black breaths clamor at his back. All around him, dead silence. Gaulish. I need an explanation. Behatted person. Uh-oh. 93. Yep. These Emperor plays use a lot of code words, even since chapter 8. Right, I remember them also knowing Gaulish. And they did say that it should be gone-ish. This operation has not received royal assent. We will not pardon any breach of authority. Reasons have all been executed. Over. Understood. We've never met before. He's gone. Sir Trilby Asher. Our surveillance picked up. Your surveillance picked up nothing. fact he could enter and leave us alive, that declares where Victorian Orshes stand. All this needs all this needs to be reported directly to the Duke. Wesley Rowett was cornered and took his own life. The mission is over. Seems to me like the armies and the Emperor aren't on the same page. Interesting. Any action we take could succeed in bringing about reconciliation. Haven't settled their plans yet, but their empire, their fear, that will make their decision for them. Tell me, has my work fallen among the firewood too? Are all Sarkas's lives safe for being lit aflame, devoid of any meaning? Why do I still insist on recording? Why do I still insist on writing? Because while my history of war recounts our destruction time and time again, it is my wish to leave the song of every soldier, after fighting is over, as they turn their gazes to yonder Casdell. Oh, they're still using this image? For 7, 3 cars, 15 plus riders. They've been following us forever, but they're staying wary. Following. This entire time. Just following. Why not tell W to hang a U-turn? Maybe they'll be happy to say hi. We could get some free Londinium souvenirs. Souvenirs? Sad that giant ball of arts they're hand shaping? I'm treasuring the last few close shaves just fine, thanks. The way these mercs are working doesn't add up. Especially the way they're hunting us. No, not hunting. They're driving us off. They want us away from Londinium. Aw, our high and mighty General Manfred sparing your life. Isn't that sweet of him? You sure you two didn't swear a blood oath? Wanna take his kind advice? Scoot back to Casdale and teach some slum kiddos how to read? The point is, who let you out of the military commission's dungeon? You were going walkies outside of Londinium's walls by the time I picked you up. Cell was left unguarded for a while. I thought it was a trap at first. But now I think I'm in something worse. Sure, he can be roundabout with me, hinting for me to go resolve some pain in the ass affair, but I think I prefer him just killing me then. That would have been easier. Not to mention, we still aren't sure what pain in the ass we're even solving. Don't bother with it. W, can you speed up a little? It's time we said goodbye to this clingy convoy of send-offs. Yeah, my second-hander here's not gonna stand up for much abuse. Good news though. Yeesh. Just hit a minefield. Laid half an hour earlier by yours personally. Now butts in seats. What the hell are you doing? This looks to me like you're just hoarding bomb room. Left them a bigger share, I promise. Stop the car once we circle that forest ahead. From there, we'll get off and proceed on foot. The vehicle's too large of a target, and they'd catch up sooner or later anyway. Here's hoping you do remember where you buried every mine, W. I mean, she already didn't. Well, hooray for us, we're all in one piece. How's that? I did remember. Well, a couple went off, but what was the term? Tectonic movement did it. Haven't caught up. I think we've successfully thrown them off. Need more information. Ideally, we rendezvous with Rhodes Island ASAP. Ascalon and the Doctor are on Windermere's warship right now. There's a few things I'm very uneasy about. What did you see? It's just intuition. Unless I see any problem, the more uneasy I am. You guys met this doctor, and now the Rhodes Island's doctor. I can't give you the full verdict yet, but there's no doubt that, in a sense, the doctor has weakened. And I don't mean that in any negative way. Maybe it's not the weak doctor we need so much right now. You sure? Who knows if some Rhodes op will remember some random thing that happened in Chernobog, just like that, I get a knife planted in my back. Are you really as skeptical as you'd like to tell us, W? To say, there's an old hag kind of keeping me at arm's length from their beloved doctor. W. You've spent plenty of time walking this battlefield. Any ideas? Just been prodded this way and that like some bug. Can't even organize a sensible military op. All I do is sit in my front view seat and spectate the most magical city siege modern society has to offer. Ha! Hmm. Chaos. Sometimes I even have to wonder at this point. Is anyone actually conducting this battle? Royal Court's legions couldn't work together to save their lives. And who gives a shit about all the small fry corps scuttling in from the four corners to try and live their dreams of Victorian vengeance? But the ultimate mastermind here is Therese. So this chaos has to have been planned down to the last detail. He wasn't juggling some strategic Lollapalooza. He just set the stage. Now he's waiting. As for what he's waiting for, I don't want to guess. We can't just go brain dumb and reach out to the doctor or Dr. Calcit, hoping they'll give us the orders. We suffered enough with BAP. We need to seize the initiative. There's a source of info that might be more open to us than ever in our current position. What position? The pathetic little creepy crawlies? Essentially sarcasm. Right, and just on the off chance, have either of you heard of any method to kill a lich? Oh, you ended there. Okay. So far, we've only seen one lich, right? Ermengarde. Oh, shoot. That was close. The injury at hand. We're all longing for the future, but what do we do right now? Oh my god, I saw London multi dude. Mudrock. Hey, what's that show? Mudrock. Help. Mudrock is so back. Technically, I can use Muinar. Yeah, I'll just use Muinar. He has like 10 billion. Yep, he has 10 billion.
Man has forgotten true struggle.
How about a slice of lava cake before we head
This should be
out?
fine.
It was one of Mom's traditions.
Hello. Is that the sun? Hot. I'm assuming that's the sun then? Yeah, there you go. Sun is burning. I'm burning. Who this? That's the water. Is that the exit? These steps further. Put one foot in front of the other. Maybe the fire, the anger, the pain, and the regret are all just figments of my imagination. So what is this? Just like some... The exit is... I don't know. They're watching behind me. Those eyes. Are they judging me? Or just waiting to see how I'll carry the burden of their deaths? They were great men with tremendous accomplishments. My commander and the legendary Sarka scout and the captain. The last pure blood Wendigo. The legendary Sarka scout. They're all dead before me, behind me. All that's left is sad little me, worthless me. They died so I could live. Is this guard? What did they expect of me? Yeah, I think so, because he's playing both sides. Legendary Sarkas Scout, which is Scout, and Patriot. I can't think about it. I can't. I can't let their deaths be meaningless. I have to face the sun, even if it burns me. Burn me to cinders, so that in their mighty company I shall not be ashamed. Reunion POV? Oh, looks like reunion POV? Ugh. Yes. You really don't have a knack of waking up right after shift change, do you? Really curious about this Percival fellow. Is this the result of all that hard training? Guard? Oh, there it is. Also, the face reveal in the trailer as well. Percival. I stretch as much as I'm allowed to. I did not sleep particularly well. On top of that series of nightmares, the old wound in my leg aches. I almost ran straight into the Victorian battle lines in order to catch up with Nine. The infected I'm in charge of are used to being spat on, used to not having hope, but they've never been on a real battlefield. They were scared headless. I was one of the better ones, and I hate that I'm used to it. It took a lifetime's worth of good luck for us to make it to the camp in one piece. Just too hot, even at night. I know what you mean, brother. How long until the shift change? 15 minutes. You can sit a while long. I'll go wash my face. What's with your leg? You're limping. What's with the sad music? Have the crystals spread? No, not yet. Give me my towel. Give me my towel. Percival, it's to your left. The floral pattern? Yeah. Percival raises an eyebrow. I want to say it was a gift from the owner of that country peninsula textile factory. Red has one just like it. The old man had creases all over his face. He was lucky that his crystals grew on his belly. All he needs to do is wear a shirt. Hopefully he's still hiding them. Never mind. Brought back more hands than expected. Looks like the situation in the provinces is deteriorating even before they turn into war zones. The impact is bigger than I thought. Nobles are turning a blind eye. Pretty much as expected. Those towns made a living trading with the caravans. They're left hanging with the convoys to Londinium, stopped on account of the war. The infected are always the first to get hit when things go south. They used to be able to plant a few crops on the edge of town, and villagers were willing to trade with them here and there. Money is money after all, whoever it's from. It's easy to do the respectable thing when life is decent. Things are different now. It's almost time for the bean harvest. These infected spent the last season watering the fields, caring for their crops. They've chosen to run off and join us now, abandoning the harvest that would have been waiting for them in a few months. Those to come in the future, they would rather leave. They must be desperate. We infected may be used to this kind of deprivation. We can't come to the same conclusion every time. Are you still resting, sir? Oh, hello. Are you Spacer? I hear voices. You're awake. You again. I said, are you taking the night shift now? Supper? I have canned food from Victoria. Not the best in terms of taste, but convenient. Even in fictional worlds, huh? They still freaking bash the British. That's good. Cigarettes, wine, a bit of a pick. A bit of a pick-me-up in the middle of the night. Pretty clean, all things considered. Razors, arts units, you name it. What about you, Percival? Would you like some hair cream? Not easy to find these stuff these days. Usually only the officers who carry it after all. Officers don't die so often? No, just harder to dig them out from the heat. They're usually at the bottom, you know. Need medicine again? Well, I haven't been feeling my best. A lot of pain, the occasional hallucination. I'm scared that the rocks could start growing into my brain. Not going to get any better if you keep digging into those dusty craters. Best we can do is basic medicine that slows the progression of the condition. Don't expect it to save your life. I know. I know you're reselling our medicine. This bunch of infected told me that they brought oripathy meds from a sarcas on a motorbike, and that they worked okay. Well, but made some decent money, did you? How about we decide your punishment based on how many coins you have in your pocket? I was just making sure that stuff got where it's needed. There's a war going on after all. You won't get another warning. But at least the meds made it to them, when we don't have enough messengers to deliver to everyone. Won't happen again, I promise. Just a little bit. A few pills. I've been running a fever for days. Guard, put in a form for him. Make sure he's registered this time. Thank you. Don't thank us. Thank the doctors. Went from elite to pariah when they contracted oropathy in their labs and their companies didn't want to pay the insurance. It's not an easy change to accept. Fortunately, they heard of the reunion and came looking for us. What about your old stomping grounds? I'm more than just grateful to them, but they'll never forgive me. I chose this path on my own. Just don't have the same grade of equipment that RI does. Well, we're not really developing medicine either. Right. You don't take medicine to get well, just to live a little longer. Well, technically, getting well is living longer. There is no medicine that will cure oropathy. For now, I think. I still remember the operators hurrying around medical. The sight of Dr. Calcit in her lab when I was at Rhodes Island. There's hope for an oropathy cure, then it's at Rhodes Island. I still feel a sense of pride for having been part of it, even though I have no right to, because I chose betrayal. But when will the day come when a cure for oropathy is found? 50 years? 100? 1,000 years? And what do the infected do before then? Oropathy is no longer just a condition. It is a symbol of hatred, victimization, blame, and alienation. Everyone here has a story. They are all alike. What good is medicine in the face of all that? It's like rowing against the tide. This land is not a glorious one of morality and kindness. That's why we can't turn away from violence. Shameful as it is, it's powerful. But maybe no. That's something for the distant future. What's your name? Me? Oh, um, medicine peddler? Man on bike? I'm not the kind of guy anyone needs to remember. That's not a name. Okay, let me think of a cool one. Oh, what's going on? Is there a skirmish? Shouting and the sound of weapons clanging. Go hide in the back, Sarkaz. First of all, go and reassure the civilians that just joined us. They're scared enough as is. I put a hand on the sword on my belt. It is always at the ready. What's happening here? Stray artillery? Oh, well. Angry NCO. Do you want me to kill you? You men are in no shape to fight. Shape to fight. Our warriors surround a group of bruised and dirty Victorian soldiers. Our sergeant is panting, with fresh wounds on his body. Was this really an attack? What's going on, Nine? They sneaked into the village from the north. Romanich took a bolt. The doctor is taking care of him now. They're out of their minds, trying to attack our camp with just 21 men, including a handful on stretchers. Ha! Look what we have in the heartland of our country. A stone's throw from our great capital. A swarm of damned reunion infected. Come, kill me if you dare, or I'll kill you all. Conspirators, agitators, writers, murderers of life. You're a... No wonder the war is going bad. Those barbaric devils could never beat us. The real enemy is among us, behind our backs. Wherever there's disorder, you infected are, are never far away, of course. Looks like they just came back from the front lines. Low morale, poor organization, hastily wrapped wounds, obsolete equipment. Don't look like professional soldiers. Conscripts? How do you say... Life? Like a flu. Okay. We're from the Duke of Fife's 4th Battalion. What's the name of the company again? Blackstream Squad and East Ham Squad? Do you have a doctor? Shut up, soldier, and ready your weapon. But Sergeant Victor, this is an order. Ready your weapon. Keep your voice down, Victorian. There are civilians sleeping in the camp. Victorian civilians. Civilians? How you would have given them the life they deserve. They didn't join you to become criminals and malcontents. Why are all the scum in this land infected? Why is every gangster, bandit, devil, and reunion traitor an infected? Why is the Honorable Duke of Thief not infected? Why was His Majesty Frederick III not infected? Why are honest and upright folk not infected? People become despicable because they're infected? Or do they become infected because they're despicable? What about you? Is despicability infectious too? How dare you? Enough. Oh, there goes the sergeant. Victorian Sergeant's eyes widens as he turns to one side, trying to hide his arm from my sight. Oh, I see what's happening here. He's also infected. He's just basically lashing out. His lips tremble, but no words come out. We're all despicable scum now, aren't we, sir? I. I'm different. This is an honorable. Hold up. Your arm. I can see the crystals protruding from it. Your condition is progressing rapidly. I'm fighting and sailing sarcasm for my country. I just got a bit of dirt on it. Maybe devil blood. What did you learn in boot camp? Didn't they teach you anything about active originum zones? The instructor just told us to aim and pull the trigger. That's what we spent our 2 weeks on. I take it you weren't issued any inhibitors either. Inhibitors? 9, I think they're all infected. It can't be. I just got a physical 1 week ago, and I was in perfect health. 1 week. Could be a rapid onset, or they lied to you to keep you on the front lines. Shut up. How long have the ones on the stretchers been unconscious? They're in critical condition. What? Death and disintegration from acute condition is dangerous to both you and us. You were right to have the unconscious lying face up on the stretchers to prevent suffocation. But did you check their backs? Suddenly silent, Sergeant walks towards the stretcher, still trying to turn the man lying on it over, but withdraws his hand as soon as it touches the soldier. Sergeant looks helpless, like he's facing a deadly tusk beast that could split lightning and poison, one that could leap at him at any moment. But the man is his comrade. Before they were comrades, they might have been cousins, tilling the same piece of land together. I sigh and sit the unconscious Victorian soldier up. There is no need to remove his jacket. Originum crystals have pierced the clothing on his back. Heavens! Victor, damn it. Shouldn't have taken him along. His dad would kill him, then kill me if he learned that his son was infected. Those Sarkas used witchcraft to infect us. I knew it. It's the devil's curse. It's not enough that they defiled our land. No, now they want to defile our souls too. He's already defiled, you're British. That's enough. Sarkas are naturally susceptible to infection. They haven't really dropped any lore bombs about why the Sarkas are super susceptible to oripathy. And their soldiers are overwhelmingly infected. When you kill them, or when you get infected and they kill you, there's no one to clean up the bodies. I said no more. I heard a sound. It's a familiar sound, whether in Rim Billiton, Rosaland, or here and now. Sound that every infected hears most. Sound of us shattered. I've heard sounds in the trenches. Told me it was artillery, Sergeant. It was artillery. Our enemy will use anything and everything to destroy us and our country, including their own deaths. Devils, bandits, tyrants. There was none of this crap during His Majesty Frederick III's reign. We must expel this scum from Victoria. We what can we do? Can we save Victor? We dwell in the blessing of glorious Victoria. Okay, chill, my guy. You're already infected too, so that's over. What an idiot. I'll say this again. You're an infected. Very infected. In case this isn't clear to you, like us, like everyone else here, You're going to die. Oh, he just gave it straight to him, huh? I mean, everyone's going to die, but you're going to die way fast.
What will it feel
Oh god, there's the
like when my
bar.
arms penetrate this
Oh
body?
shoot, I don't have flag bearers.
Picked out your bait yet? I know nothing can mask the scent of despair.
We should be fine.
Rest at ease. The tide also rises.
Hey, they all go middle. That's good.
Magma will dredge up originium veins. Keep your distance.
Oh god, this guy. Where do I put him? Can technically tank it. 3,000. A lot.
I know how to sink your corpse into shadow. No one will find it.
Just like the old
Eh?
days? No.
Okay, so it doesn't prioritize spawn. I see. Oh, that's not good. In fact, I would call this pretty bad.
Time is nigh.
We need to put Hoshi there. That's pure damage though. I can activate
I'm
him.
fully prepared. I'm this won't hurt your eyes.
Don't better enough with
On Blaze, activate faster. Hit,
I'm fully prepared.
hit live. Active.
Cowards break the silence first.
Oh my god. Wait, what? Wait, how did you
Worry
live?
about me, Professor. I've scaled a lot more volcanoes than you can imagine.
Oh, no. It hit Ines. Okay. Fine by me. That was funny. Chop it down, girl. Should have your module. Right? I don't know if I have your module. Oh. That was active.
This time, we can make up for the missing data.
Not one step forwards. Picked out your bait yet? I will sink your corpse into shadow. No one will find it.
Hey.
I'm harder.
Kill them faster now.
Good time.
A little bit.
Break the silence first.
I still have Texas and others, so it's not really that worrying. Kaboom! Right.
This these particles have no place here.
Damn it!
Just send them away.
First time I saw an infected shatter was in the middle of a lake. I was 7, young and innocent. It was my dream to become captain of the miners patrol. Get to stay up late at night, wear a cool uniform, and walk around with a bright torch. Most families in Rim Billiton made their living. Okay, so it's guard. Living in mining, digging, and processing ore. We did everything to prevent infection. But accidents happen. This room again. One day, the adults came home early. Mother and the other woman of the house whispered in the corner. The men smoked in silence until the entire room was filled with that acrid scent. Between cups, I ran around the living room, then pretending to be a surveyor looking for new veins in a fog-filled valley. Dad grabbed me by the collar and put me to bed. I woke up earlier than usual the next day. I think I was trying to grab a can of soda while nobody was watching. Grandma was sitting in the living room next to her luggage. She said she was going on a journey. Pestered her to let me go with her. She could never say no to me. She said I could come a short way with her, then I had to go back home. Oh, sailed out to sea? Saw a salt lake in the distance. It was a shallow one that only appeared in the rainy season, but it rained a lot that year. Didn't see the other side of the lake. Grandma told me that was as far as I could go. I said alright. She made me promise. Like when she made me promise I would be a good boy when I first went to school. I wasn't a good boy anymore. I quietly followed her, hiding behind a bush when she got to the lakeside. Grandma got onto a boat with a few people on it. They all had strange stones growing out of their bodies. One of them was wrapped up in a blanket. Boatman turned on the engine. I watched from the shore as the boat disappeared into the fog. I was confused. Grandma didn't say anything to me on our way. It was like an ordinary picnic. I was about to turn around, thinking about where I would have breakfast before going home, and I heard a sound like crystal shattering. I turned around and saw originum dust sprayed into the air, mixing with the fog, reflecting an eerie glow in the sun. It was like a dream. Is that how you got infected? No, I was lucky that time. Maybe it really was a dream, brought about by summer morning. I never saw Grandma again. My family never talked about her anymore. She she was always thoughtful and cautious. It wasn't like her to let a child follow her, putting him in danger. For once, though, she made a selfish choice on her journey. She wanted to spend just a little more time with her grandson. Maybe she even wanted to give me a hug. Now I remember. I didn't even get to show her my report card that semester. It was the best I ever did in school. Sounds of the forest stopped. The flickering light shining through the shadows of the trees no longer moved. Then came the sound of lament and painful moaning. On your guard, Red. The Victorians have stopped. Looks like they're planning to make camp. Here, only a few hundred meters from our camp. They no longer have the strength to cover their tracks. Who knows if there's a scouting party shadowing them somewhere? Red's hands never stop, even as he complains, cutting away the bothersome vines. You approach their position and see their flickering shadows through the sparse bushes. Soldiers lie on the ground in exhaustion, hopelessly burying their heads amongst the falling leaves. The sergeant sits down on a rock, silently polishing his sword, the only weapon he has left. I guess they just didn't have the strength to go any further. These people don't have the luxury to think. They're still living in a dream. It'll all pass. When they really just separated from the rest of the army? These Victorians are lucky. They faced a gentle exile, not the swords of their comrades. It's not easy to accept that you're infected. You should wait for them to understand who they are and for them to make a choice. Do you really mean to take them in? These soldiers? We're weak. So are they. What's the plan then? Finish the shift and notify the sentries. Expand the patrols to include this camp. The infected stand together. Stand together. Pretty words. Of course we had to stand together. What other choice did we have? What are the words stand together so simple that we fail to appreciate their true meaning? Our empathy changed all our lives equally, robbed us of our futures equally. What is taken from a farmer who has to pay his taxes out of seeds stored for the next year's planting equal to what is taken from a wealthy merchant with a safe full of pure gold? When what we had to begin with was not equal, neither are the choices that survived deprivation. Who are we really standing together with then? There you go. It's class. It's always class. You're Tallulah, right? Founder of the Reunion, leader of the infected. They say you did great things in Ursus. All the infected of Victoria are talking about you. Is it true that you captured a city? A city for the infected? Is it still there? Yeah, about Chernabog. Yeah, I'm no leader. I'm just a member of the reunion movement. Have some porridge. We're setting out soon. Tell us more about your city, Tallulah. Yeah, about that. It's. Oh, no need to hang your head. I suppose things didn't go so smoothly if you're in Victoria now. Of course, the uninfected wouldn't let us win that easy after trampling on us for so long. What does it matter if those scum tripped you up once? Your reunion. We all believe in you. Luna looks down at the pot she is stirring, serving bowl after bowl of hot porridge. Steam from the pot obscures her vision. Careful, it's hot. We all believe in you. What do you think about that, eh? Being the hope of so many? You're a veteran from Ursus, aren't you? What are you talking about? Valia. Yep, it's this guy. I know, sorry. Couldn't resist. Is it true that there was a bit of trouble at the camp yesterday? It's fine. All taken care of. Stop crowding Tallulah like that and start packing. You have a long way to go today. Oh yeah, I still have fertilizer to load onto the truck. And it's not you reunion anymore. Oh yeah, we're reunion too. See you later. Guard? Fine, no need to say anything. I take the bowl of porridge from Tallulah. She's very pale. There are things we can't tell them yet. I know, it's your decision. Reunion can't collapse again. I'm the banner that you rally to in Victoria. I accept that. But I'm deceiving them. I'm still. It's no more or less than you deserve. It's none of my business whether you see this as an honor or punishment for your crimes. What the others need is hope. Are you going to tell them you were under the influence of an evil god and everything that happened at Chernabog was an Ursine plot? I would rather our organization be built on a lie. We were built on a lie back then too. I know. Payback will come someday. But at least this time we lied for the infected. There are no second chances for reunion. I hope we don't go down the same path you did. What did that sister of yours say in Chernabog? Until the day when the infected are judged fairly. I'll wait. I'll be your tool until that day comes. Excuse me? What are you doing here, Victorian? I'm not armed. Your sentries searched me. I caught a whiff. My brothers haven't eaten in 4 days. Some of them, I don't know, they don't look good. I have a lighter here, and do you want brass buttons? If you could be so kind as to trade some bread for these. I know it's not enough. I have a bunch of good leather back at my home in Blackstream. Once I get back, I'll sell it and pay you back double. The young man gazes hungrily at the pot, his hand grabbing his own uniform tightly, perhaps out of nervousness, or trying to straighten it out to look more presentable. Tallulah puts a bowl of porridge before him. You can take what's left in the pot. Thank you. Here's the lighter. Sometimes you need to click it a few times before it lights. And the button? I take the lighter and grab the hand trying to rip the buttons off. It's fine. Eat. He practically pours the food down his throat. Where's your sergeant? I don't know. I haven't seen him all morning. I was worried he would barge in your camp again. Probably went kaboom. Say, did you hear any sounds in the night? Like artillery fire? No reports of anything like that. Never mind. Everyone's gone mad. Us? Them? There's no sane man left on the front. Sounds like things are rough out there. Rough, eh? You have no idea what the Sarkas are using against us. They have no battleships, no armored vehicles. Thought the devils were just barbarians, fighting our armies with swords and bows. How wrong we were. Could you imagine an entire squad of Sarkaz casters casting their arts at the same time? It was more terrifying than any artillery or ballista fire. Get hit by a shell and you might lose an arm or leg. The fragments digging themselves into your flesh, causing terrible pain. But the Sarkas, they turned the battlefield to the hell of Lateran tales. I saw armored vehicles pierced by lightning bolts of blood. My mates melted into puddles of gore. I never imagined it would turn out like this when the Duke of Fief's men dragged me out of the Sisty Beast's pens. Forget it. Rather not think about anything. Thanks for the porridge. I'll bring the pot back later. You can keep it. We have plenty of them. It might be of use to you. Thank you so much. I'll never forget it. Are you leaving? Where are you going? This is pretty much a battlefield now, and it's Victorian lands all around for the infected. Oh, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have asked. Forget I said anything. Soldier hurries to leave, grabbing the side of the pot with his one good hand and supporting the bottom with a limp arm, grimacing at the heat. I reach into my pocket and dig out what I just got from the doctor. Hey, wait! I go up to him and put the vial of medicine in his pocket. What's this? It'll relieve some of the worst symptoms. You can share it with the others. I'll visit Blackstream and collect what you owe me. Aye, sir. Go. You'll love our village. Thanks. You really are like the Rhodes Islanders. I heard you were the one who found the doctors who knew how to make the medicine. To be honest, what we're making hardly even qualifies as medicine compared to the suppressants that I knew. Rhodes Islands offers low-cost treatment plans, but at the end of the day, they're a company. They need research funding and they have corporate due diligence to deal with. Who knows how many eyes are on them in Kashmir and Colombia? That's why you persuaded Nine to go north. The warriors say there's a factory there. A tiny pharmaceutical factory. So small it's barely even a workshop. Not even a nomadic blade. But one little piece of land was once the salvation of many infected. That is until it grew big enough that it caught people's attention. Some of the ones driven out there joined us. That's how we heard the story. It's deep in the forest where nobody's watching. We need medicine, even if it's just a pale imitation of the real thing. But more importantly, it was once a starting point of Victoria's reunion movement. We have to unite those scattered across Victoria. We have to tell them that help has come. Is it Azazel? I've seen plenty of infected self-help organizations. Kind souls helped us from time to time, but in the end, none of them lasted. When I was at Rhodes Island, I often wondered if things would get better if everyone worked harder and made more medicine. Maybe, but Chernobyl changed my mind. Why do they crack down on workshops like these? Why are kindness and hard work warped by hatred and prejudice? When evil itself is fuzzy as the fog, why does everyone, even the infected themselves, decide to wait for their own deaths in the middle of a lake? I stare at Tallulah, who hardly reacts to my words. Her eyes are calm, unusually so. Her soul is too weary, having seen too much. What has become of the woman who was once our leader? Or had she uttered the same words before and seen what came of them? You know what I mean. Oropathy is an illness, but we'll leave the illness to Rhodes Islands for now. Our enemy isn't just oropathy, it's oppression and prejudice. The truths they've tried to cover up with oropathy. Oropathy is just a culmination of all the decay across the lands. Taking back a symbol may help the infected of Victoria realize that and stand together with us. Stand together. That's something only a reunion can do. Have you told the others how you think? Of course. I'm always talking to Nine about our... No, you know the one I'm talking about. Oh. A little. I got a gentle answer. That's why I'm here. What are they talking about? Or who? Whatever the case, we didn't choose the same path, so it's not my place to ask for more. Of course it is. Rhodes Island is a paradise of idealists. Me, a man who could only see what stands right in front of me. Gain and loss right in front of me. I heard the veteran guerrilla fighters talk about the old days of the reunion in the Tundra, the ideals that everyone held. A city of the infected, our home. Some of them thought that it was just within reach. It was almost realized at Chernabog, but fell short in the end. They know the city of our dreams is still far, far away. And how could a single city be enough? What could a single city do? Hello, forests. You're still limping. Maybe you should go sit in the back? Just a little sprain. I haven't been on a lot of expeditions lately. The squad passed through the wilderness the other day with infected comrades from Greenwich. The earth had been torn open, with ditches everywhere. It looked like one of the turnip farms back home, except much smaller. I tripped. What was it? I didn't think there was a place like that near Londinium. Walt said that all those trenches, hundreds of them, each one big enough to fit our entire squad, were battleship tread marks. No wonder you've looked worried. It takes all my strength just to go from day to day. Don't think too much about it. This kind of guy, huh? A report from the Scouts Guard. We heard sounds from the woods on the left side up ahead. The Originum Zone sensor went off when we got close, so we couldn't be sure exactly what it was. Send word to the rest of the team. We'll go around. Roger. Percival, come along with a few guys. Don't want you to trip again. Quite a bit of grammatical errors. There's an unsettling smell in the air. Instruments show a high level of active origin. Not a good sign. Remember your protective measures. Keep your masks on. Is that the man under the tree? No, it's a Victorian uniform, ripped almost beyond recognition, but somehow familiar. Sergeant's badge lies on the ground next to it. A tiny music box sits a short distance away, covered in originum dust, but still barely playing. Well, we found Sergeant. Infected confirmed dead. We should leave. Percival walked slowly, humming along with the scattered music. Do you know this song, Gar? No, but I've heard it before. The sun on the meadow is summery warm, filling our home with euphoria. We gather together to greet the storm. Tomorrow belongs to Victoria. The Victorian national anthem. Our teacher made us sing it over and over until we had it memorized when I was little, before I got sick. It's been a long time since I last heard it. I was born in Victoria. By all accounts, I should be Victorian. But what about now? The sergeant believed he belonged to Victoria to the very end. He was lucky. He didn't get to go through everything he would have gone through. The reason I call myself Reunion, I was tired of being punched, being thrown out of factories before I got paid, being kept out of even the cheapest hostel rooms, no matter how much money I had on me. The reunion movement showed me another path. Besides suffering and dying in silence, that was all I needed. Even if the price was abandoning my family, my country, and everything else I had. In fact, I had lost all of it the moment the first crystal popped through my skin, but it took me a long time to get it. All of us, Ursine, Colombian, Victorian, Sarkas, Feline, Liberia, we are all reunion. We have to cross every battlefield, every war zone, every corpse laid in ruin in order for our deaths to be seen and heard. Then we'll cross them. As also in the trailer, I remember corpse laid in ruin.
話にならない。
Good. We're gonna get a decent chunk of stuff with adverse environments. Not a moment's rest. Until the dust settles, no one can catch their breath. That's funny because it's original dust. All right, it's this. Oh God, aggregate cyclocene. Oh Jesus. Industrial material, a novel transparent material born from the laboratory. Its high luminous transmittance and phenomenal durability in all aspects promise to make it an excellent substitute for many conventional. Okay, so it's synthetic. I think we're fine. Okay, no cannon this time. Makes it infinitely easier. Not even sure why there was cannon last time, since it's just the infected shattering. Endless reports. Avalanche of intel has flooded this lonely battleship ever since it left Norport. There are signs of trouble from like interesting. This music is playing here. It's that weird like pondering music. There are signs of trouble from Lythanian to the east, Sarkin to the southwest, Hierag to the west, while everything remains silent in the south. The messages are suffocating, eating away at my nerves. Interesting close up. Oh, my mother seems utterly unmoved, impassively issuing order after order. But even she cannot resist a frown when she reads the congratulations from her fellow dudes. This is her life. She is here, and so this is my Lynn Hardin. Okay, is that a thing? Nope. Maybe? Nope. I don't think it's a term. This is capitalized. I am home. Focus, Delphine. Listen to the reports. This is no time to let your mind wander. She adjusts the position of her eye patch. Is it to hide the wrinkles? Weather here is very different from. Okay, well, that answers it. It's a place. It's oppressed, heavy, the gloom of rain and fog ever present. I just want to. What are you gazing at so absent mindedly, Delphine? Nothing, mother. It's just. I don't get to see Londinium from this angle very often. You know how you look when your mind is wandering? Are you bored by the chatters from the rear? No, I'm just thinking about Norport Borough. Sorry, I didn't expect the situation in Londinium to deteriorate so much so quickly. We should have arranged for your evacuation sooner. We had compiled reports on everything that went on in Londinium, but we weren't able to bring them. We should be the ones apologizing. That's alright. Few little troubles don't mean much to the big picture. Perhaps the Duke of Castor should be held responsible for most of it. I know. Let's hope my messenger isn't making things too difficult for her right now. But the value of that intel to subsequent operations pales in comparison to your value, Delphine. Relax. I'm here and I really think. I don't know if it's ironclad. I mean, it has to be ironclad, right? Ironclad Galavay is nearby. Everything will be right again once we return to the city. We'll restore Londinium and Victoria. Of course. Mother, I thought I would die down there. I wouldn't let that happen to my daughter. You've done well. You have the patience and attention to detail of your father. You don't have to be the one to do all that work. You're my hire. You're my here. Hair. And your place is at Lin Cardine. Standoff with Lythania can be trying. You need to get used to those matters. Plus, I could use someone to talk to. Thought I could do better. Sorry. There are many things that the Duke of Windermere must worry about, for which she needs nerves of steel. That's not your burden. Not yet. You can rely on your mother at least until she's too old to walk. I understand. Thank you, mother. Oh yeah, the happy Windermere family. We'll be home in another 4 or 5 hours. I've arranged for all the stuff you left behind at the old house to be set up. Okay, this is all just, this is all a setup. Your pajamas, pillows, bed, your bathtub. That's all stuff from before I came to Londinium. It's not like you're any taller. I have some nice things for you as well, but I'll keep those a secret for now. Get a good night's sleep once we're back. But don't get complacent. We have a lot to do. What is it? I was in Londinium a long time, wasn't I? I had many friends, outstanding friends from whom I have a lot to learn. We lived in a city in disorder, chewing up and swallowing the lives we once had. But we believed in our cause. I was proud of it. Then things changed. One agent after another disappeared, and the Sarkas took the city. I was on my own. I had to live with more common people. For the first time, I learned how they lived and how they viewed Victoria. Most of them are dead now. Those who still live huddle in the bowels of the ship, waiting for you to decide their fate. 100 wait, what? 100 meters beneath my pajamas, bed, and bathtub. Hmm. I'm really grateful, really. But is it all because she does not let me finish? She puts her hand on my head without patting it, but I know this is her way of showing affection. You did well, my daughter. You exceeded my expectations. Go and see the troops below. It'll do you good to talk with them. With that, her grace departs. She's always swift and decisive. I have no chance to say any more. I scratch my slightly untidy head. Mother, we can talk later. You shouldn't have come here yourself. Words that come out of my own mouth surprise me. Was it not because of my call for help that she came? How could I say that? It's too risky. We can't fully trust the Lithanians, and we don't know what the Sarkas are planning next. We've fallen behind on intel. She dismisses me with a wave, perhaps telling me not to think too much about it. Her silhouette remains sharp, making me feel like I'm worrying too much. That she can handle it all. She can handle it all. She can take it all, she can handle it all. She's right. I'm not much taller at all. Hello there. How long will our food last? I don't think this warship was prepared to take on so many refugees. We can't just leave them to fend for themselves. Mrs. Emil grabbed my hand just now. She didn't say nothing. All she did was look at me. I can't take it anymore. Let's find Delphi. Calm down, Hannah. We're on someone else's ship. I'll go keep him company. The old timers will feel better with a familiar face around. I'll stay with you. Oh, well, sorry to keep you waiting. I talked to the quartermaster. Is she holding the sword on the actual sword? Some food will make it to those who need it most. That's the best I can do. Thank you, Delphine. And thanks to Duke Windermere. Actually. Cheers! Brah! What are you doing, ma'am? Part of me hopes that mother really wants to help these poor people out of the kindness of her heart, but I know it's because of me, or should I say, because of who I am. It's fine, as long as it helps the people who fled with us. You've adapted quickly, Vida. The time when we could do as we pleased has passed, Delphine. Many souls on this ship are counting on me. I have a responsibility to them, both as Vina and as the siege. Lots of people are looking at us. I can tell Vina is busy. Mother's ship is one of the biggest of the Victorian ships of the line, but it was never designed to evacuate civilians. Certainly not this many. People of Norport are squeezed into holds. Means to store ammunition and weapons. Meant to store ammunition and weapons, trying their best to find a clean place to sit down. This is not the best accommodation, even if the most dangerous weapons have been removed. Vina's gang are doing their best to maintain order. The refugees whisper about her amongst themselves. The officers on the ship pay no heed, nor does Vina respond to their calls of Your Majesty or Your Royal Highness. Regardless, she has become the heart and soul of this place. Perhaps the civilians don't even realize themselves. The reason they trust Vina is not so much because of her status, but because she is the only one they can rely on in this unfamiliar environment. How goes the war? The number of reports coming in is unreal. Too many variables to keep track of. Duke of Wellington's offensive is unsteady, and our own defensive lines are being pressed. Wellington is what's their name? Tara. Shoot, Spectre Force. I forgot Iblanus. We should have an overwhelming advantage in terms of forces. Even if the Dukes have yet to commit their full strength, we are facing a foe beyond the scope of modern military theory. Dublin, Jesus. The Nakzarar king. The only thing we know about him comes from sparse records of ancient times. Hasn't been too long since Victoria, indeed Terra as a whole, last faced a real Sarkaz army. What chain reaction will their witchcraft produce? Are they really as primitive and backwards as the records say? What force of the various Sarkaz branches come together to form, where we can't see them? Why do they stand together? Need to worry too much though, Mother? No need to worry too much though. Mother, Duke Windermere and Duke Wellington will conduct this war together. The Duke of Castor has also publicly declared her allegiance. Stalemate will not last long. Once we return to ironclad Galavay, both supplies and support will... Whoa, what was that? Looks like we're passing through a canyon. A good thing. It means we're about to leave the battlefield. A canyon. I feel even less at ease. I know where Mother's confidence comes from. The ship is defended by Windermere's pride, her sword guards. The Sarkas think this is merely a reckless act by the Duke of Windermere, they will find themselves on the receiving end of blades that have been honed since the War of the Four Emperors. But do we truly know the Sarkas? Is the ship slowing down siege? I think so. And the weather outside, say, what time is it? How long has it been since we left Norport? A few hours, I think. Is this just an ordinary canyon? Yes, nothing remarkable besides some abandoned factories. Abandoned factories? Yes, this place has been abandoned since before Londinium fell into chaos. Why? Because of catastrophe. The massive crystal formations that catastrophe left behind. Is he like crawling? What am I looking at? Be careful. Hey, I'm talking to you. Something's not right. There's a different smell in the air. Oh boy, Sanguine Arc. I look around instinctively. All the elite soldiers in the hold are gone. This is not right. Get away from him, Hannah. Siege pulls her back before I can. I see the soldiers smiling at me. Look out! It's too late. Blood seeps from the gaps in the ceiling, dripping into the infiltrator's eyes. Rip, merge, spread. Blood? Where did this blood come from? Well, there's only one source of that. Mr. Sangi. Siege pushes me away. An instant later, a blood mist bursts where I stood. Soon the entire hold is engulfed in crimson. Blood mist? Sarcasm witchcraft. Too many civilians here. Morgan, Dagda, Indra. Four of them exchange gazes and take up positions around the frightened crowd. Jesus. The emotions in the crowd ranges from shock to panic. Some in the corners begin to scream without even seeing exactly what happened. That freaking scream though, that was fun. Go down, the stairs are to the north. Here. Lady Delphi. Raid the ship's doctor. We're under attack by witchcraft. The ship's casters can't decipher it yet. The Duke and... Oh. That looks like a freaking shoot. What are they called? Damn, how did they... Look out. Confessarius. There you go. Claw slaps away the sword that was inches from his throat. The blood mist disperses, then reconverges, taking a gooey, wet form. Yep, that's a Confessarius guard. Sarkas emerged from the bloody shadow. In Sarkas, the vampire's witchcraft has taken hold. I know that outfit. The skull mask. The size of kings. One variable to eliminate. cause chaos and eliminate the outblood. Hesitate not to spill your own blood. Oh, you were part of the siege of the Knights of the Tower. Oh wow, she just went at it. Careful, I've got you. Up, you will die here with your king, Victorian. Do it. Others on deck, but we still have civilians and our people below. Delphine, your left. Ugh, careful. Sorry, thanks. Aren't many of them. Can't pin them down. The reinforced compartment is one bulkhead away. Get the civilians there. No, there's something more important that you must do. Those people came with me. Promise to protect them. Duke Windermere likely doesn't know how bad things are below. Go on and inform her. I'll hold out until your reinforcements arrive. But this suits us better. You have a formal command structure. There's no way to integrate us quickly. Rena, go! Damn, got a hard head. Almost made my hand go numb. Sarcasm profanity. So be it. The size of kings will be spoils enough. Surround the Aslan. Get ready for a brawl, mates. For an instant, I wished I was with them. Like when I first joined Slobberknocker Gym, when I went from being alone to being in a community. Fedor and Baird. We stood together. This ends now. Is she dead? The swing of the hammer compresses the air in the passage. It roars. Here we go. Earthshaker Siege Altar, surely. Many drops of liquid fall on my face. My vision blurs. Delphine. A shadow draws near. Delphine. Mother? Try to wipe my eyes. I see another pair of eyes right there in front of me. Red flows from their sockets. Delphine, go no further. You're hurt. You'll only be in the way. Same for me. Kill me before whatever this is consumes me. The sword guards and her grace will kill the Sarkans. Do not put yourself in danger, Delphine. No. I don't even feel the pain anymore. Free me, then stop. I draw my sword. She's still conscious. I should not do this to her, but I see the relief in her eyes. She grabs my sword, sending it into her own body. I'm trembling. I can't see clearly. Lady Delphine, you must live. Thank you for freeing me. I look down and see the red eyes. She gives up breathing, smiling to the end. This is sarcasm. Mother. My feet cannot move. Worry, unease, and fear grip them. The lights go out. The only light comes from above deck. Oh, that's a lot, Red. There is only silence amongst the bodies. Rain solidifies as it falls, flowing backwards, evaporating, converging. A red-black sun rises into the sky, obscuring its white counterpart. Yep, there he is, Mr. Sangi. Bloodless complexion emerges from the black sun, not a speck of blood on it. It descends from the black sun. I avert my gaze. Am I afraid? How shameful. Hmm, you should not have dodged. The paleness of your face would have contrasted well with the blood. They would have painted a picture of beautiful despair. Hmm, leeches can't stop playing with blood, I see. Nothing has changed with you people, even after all these centuries. Rain begins to fall again. Rip drop. Look, it's a good day to die. Your Grace, this attack was planned, as expected. For a sovereign of the Sarkas to pay a personal visit, though, all well and good, I suppose. Battle below is not going well. The officers are organizing the defense. No matter, this one is our only threat. Mother, The Duke of Windermere points her sword towards the invading Sarkas leader. I cannot see the expression on her face, but I know that is not the mother I know so well. The soldier was right. I would only be in the way. I've long had enough of Lythanian's firearms. I wonder what the spine of a vampire is like. Okay. You're a strong Victorian. Don't think you'll shirk back. But your blood will betray you. The Creator built the bridge of life for humanity, and I stand above the bridge. That's also in the trailer. Those are some slushy sounds. Oh? Not any worse than those fire madmen. Blue blade cuts through the rain of blood. A tiny drop of rain cuts open Mother's cheek. Was it the red rain or blood seeping out? I could not see. There is no change in Mother's expression, but have I ever seen her get hurt before? Poor fool. Still clinging to dreams and fantasies. That's why your battleship fell from within? Focus on the mission at hand, soldiers. Ready? Roger. Your duty is to kill the enemies of Windermere, not to protect the life of Windermere. Do all you can to weaken the Sarkas. Victoria will take back what is hers. Oh, there goes the elite soldiers. The vampire's movements start to slow. No, the sword guards are too fast. They're actually putting up a fight. For now. I received formal military training. I did not go to Londinium unprepared. But here and now, I realize the weight of the words Duke of Windermere. My mother never let her daughter see the kinds of battlefields that she knew. Not bad, not bad. You aren't the Duke of Victoria for nothing. How many Sarkas have you eaten? Eaten? Why would you say eaten? See around with the knacks that are too much? Don't have any such disgusting habits. No. You and your ancestors reveled in war, from Kashmir's to Lythania. The Duke of Windermere once had an army of Sarkas. In the War of the Four Nations, which engulfed most of the land. How did you or your ancestor use it? Parlor tricks, the theft of witchcraft, favorite of the Naxal. Blood and flesh of Sarkas spread across the battlefield, becoming yet another bulwark for your glorious armada. Bait them up, alright? Are you after revenge, Sarkas? Of course. How dare you trifle with the methods of my creation? Property of the Crimson Court. There goes the blood sounds. It's being strengthened by the blood of the fallen. No. It's no longer bodily fluids, but a part of the curse. Prepare counter arms. Stay calm. Take a deep breath. My throat is coarse. I cannot speak. Try to gasp for air, but the smell of blood is all there is. Vampire and Confessarius. This is Mother's flagship. Lynn Cardine's most experienced commanders, bravest soldiers, and most steadfast warriors are gathered here. Mother once told me that war is not about heroes, about charging into danger. Commander must see the whole battlefield in order to see the way to victory. But I realize why the ships sailed deep behind enemy lines without support. Because of me. No. This is no time for self-flagellation. I have to do something. There is no place on Mother's battlefield for me. Someone must bring order. One of the kings of the Sarkas court is here. Would they really attack us so recklessly? My espionage background tells me that something is missing from this puzzle. I have to do something. Think. Oh. Could it be? No. Arts that can teleport an entire army are unheard of. Our ship fell from within. I know this feeling. Damasti. Oh my god. I encountered him personally when leaving Norport. I have heard about this terrible king of the Sarkas from Amia, but he was defeated. How could he? I mean, there's like now 2 different versions of the Damasti? Still, this is the most likely answer. There are 2 kings of the Sarkas court on this ship. truly terrifying conclusion. What about the vampire? Why didn't he go straight to his target if he could use his witchcraft on the officers? Attacking secondary targets with witchcraft and creating disorder with assassins. That's too inefficient. The Sarkas fighting with Mother, the Damasty. Did he simply infiltrate us by taking the face of a Victorian? If, damn it. Mother, Delphine, stay back. That one's fake. Sword Guard's weapons impale the vampire. The light of arts penetrate the Sarkas's twisted visage. Arts of the Sword Guard of Windermere, passed down from generation to generation, are simple but brutally effective. Mother quickly sets her sight back on the target. I draw my sword. Sword Guards do not hear my cry, but Mother is ready. The vampire laughs. The massive blood arts explode before it can be cast. Kaboom! A gust of wind sweeps through the sticky air, blowing away the sanguine rain and wind. Death falls silent. True terror begins to spread, slowly but surely. Blood converges upon the hand of the silhouette, forming a crystal. Then, the other, the true. Well, here's real him enough. I don't enjoy seeing another wear my face. Sword guards pull back instantly. Even so, two of them are laid by an eyelash, and their flesh takes incomprehensible form in a split second. I can feel my sword hand trembling, my throat seizing up. This is a battle beyond my comprehension. Well, there's him now. A little girl saw through your disguise. You're losing your touch, Damasty. Previous you would have been more convincing. Well, hello. Is that so? These arts are merely a poor imitation by the confessarios. Foul, uncouth, vulgar killing. Looks towards me, then towards Mother. I'm trembling. Delphi. Yes. Good job seeing through the trick. All the sword guards would have been lost. But there's nothing more you can do here now. Escort fleet is approaching. You must ensure that communication with the fleet is maintained. The communications tower is behind the deck. The enemy's few in number. Go. I'm counting on you. Pass my shoulder with an injured hand. Only then do I notice that she has many more scars on her than I remember. Understood. I turn around and run for the communications tower. Pride overcame fear in that instant. Mother said I'm counting on you. I see the Confessari trying to blow up the communications tower and our soldiers still resisting. Thank goodness, the tower hasn't fallen yet. Too long. Ship slowing down? It's the engines. You're attacking the engine room. Damn it. Grab my hand. Don't look back. Get up. Thank you, Lady Delphi. Must regroup and counterattack. Reinforcements are on the way. Listen up, man. There's clouds in the distance. Help is on the way. Their plan has failed so easily. I turn around. Front of the deck has been completely engulfed in red fog, with only the flashing of sword and vampiric arts to penetrate. Why do I feel so uneasy? Delphine, look out! If Verifies peer at me in the infinite raindrops, and the reflection of blood on the deck. The vampire's hand brushes my neck. Why? Is he not fighting Mother? Vina tries to push me away, but it's too late. My sword. I still have my sword. I am her daughter. She's counting on me. Okay, you can defend yourself. The blood-woven crimson witchcraft vanishes into thin air. Oof. Are you alright? I'm fine. It's all in my head. Your troops are holding back the enemy down below, so we've come to help. Bad news is that we found traces of the Damasty down there. We know The Sanguine Arc and Damastia are attacking together. No, wait. That attack was not a Damasti feint. It was a true blue vampiric witchcraft. The king of the Sarkas court had intended to kill me. There is no reason I should still be alive. It was not my own strength that allowed me to resist. He had other plans. There's no doubt about that. Once again, I looked towards the sword guards. Swords are still flashing. I can faintly see their silhouettes converging. Something's not right. They are falling one by one. They're backing up? It's not right. Where is Mother? Delphine, where are you going? Ah, dreadful. The scent of blood has changed. The Confessaries has succeeded, as has the Sanguine. Pull back. Those unable to do so, drive your daggers into your hearts on my command. What the? Are they gonna like freaking seppuku explosion themselves? Impossible. Even if the fight against the fake vampire had taken its toll, Mother and her sword guards could not have fallen so easily. I know the legends of Windermere's sword, which no wall could stop. The blade of light that struck down the spires, one of Victoria's two sharpest swords. I grew up listening to them. Why? How? I charged into the fog of blood, hearing only my accelerating heartbeat. Finally, I spy a figure. Ugh. You have lost all sensation in your arms. Your guards are routed. How do you feel now? Ah! Sarkas. He caught you. An instant of weakness, of disorder. Why? We do not understand. We find it regrettable. She's finished. Let this great warrior savor the fading of life. Are you leaving? I have no interest in the inconsequential deaths that remain. This guy. One glance from that devil is enough to freeze my blood. But he does not kill me. His blood is a penny a gallon. What are you after? We are unsure. The age of shame is coming to an end. Are you hurt? It does not matter. Oh, he got hurt. He disappears into the blood. You. Oh, there you are. He's freaking shape-shifting. Oh my god. Yo, chill with your power, bro. The one who saw through us. He said we were losing our touch. How convincing was the last one? Is this good enough? Don't you dare wear her face. He smiles at me with Mother's face. We must try. Then, with an identical sword, Mother's sword, he impales his own chest. Sarkas. My fury, I try to charge, but my body refuses to move. Do better next time. He whispers in my ear, wearing my own face. Mother's sword is still in his chest. In my chest. He falls, then familiar blood witchcraft covers him, consuming him. After the blood boils and evaporates, it is as though nothing had ever happened. All I can do is pick up Mother's sword. I catch sight of Mother. The sound of fighting has stopped. The wind has calmed. The ship has stopped. I see blue hair on the ground. Mother is bleeding. Delphi. I can't see very well. Have they retreated? Mother. You're gone. Mother, I'll call for the doctors. You'll be fine. You're the Duke of Windermere. You're my mother. Wait here, Al. I couldn't beat him. I can't believe it. Don't go, Delphin. Don't go. Let me look at you. Mother's body grows cold in my arms. I dare not let go. The sound of mother's heartbeat fades further and further away. Don't cry. Uh, I'm not crying, mother. I saw you swing your sword, Delphin. Very good. You had injured your hand, your grip. It was never right. I was too hasty. Mother, don't say anymore. Mother gazes towards the horizon. Is that the direction of Londinium? Her eyes have always lain upon Victoria. I remember the direction your father left in. Had a surplus for you, one that we prepared long ago. Mother, Delphine, you. I thought you would be taller. Clothes will be a bit loose. Just calm down, Delphine. Still cracking jokes in this one. The rain stops. Truly the happy Windermere family, folks. Right, there's combat. Let's go! Not a moment's rest. Well, she'll have a lot of moments to rest now.
When their arms penetrate
Oh
the
god,
skin.
freaking chain boy. Who do I put where? Technically, I can ship him.
ヘッドセットのチェックは済んだ。主の名を掲げ、この
Oh, he doesn't hit there.
戦場で旗を武器にするんだよ。
Magma will dredge up Originium veins.
I'm listening.
Of course I do.
I
Right.
know we can't hide your fear.
I'll go with this.
Now, hearken to the song of the distant sea.
Not much damage. On the forge. I actually don't have lane holders. I should change my team. This is the freaking I need Chongus. I do like Chongus.
Good time.
Qui non è successo niente.
Don't worry about me, Professor. I've scaled a lot more volcanoes. Nature should not be disturbed.
Uh, you're fine.
Not one step backwards.
なん即戦即決。
I know what we can't hide your fear.
With me, to our eternal home we will return. This time, we can make up. Chainsaw no unari goe ga kikoeru?
Don't let
Oh,
a
it goes
sacred
here.
corpse into shadow. No one will
Ooh.
find it.
Oh, it's just worms here? And chain casters? Okay, maybe I should have put the other guy there.
Le tue ultime parole?
Oh, glowing magma. Please, slow your steps.
Assumo le posizioni designate. I know better than your staff.
Come on, brother. Act.
悪くない場所だ。私に一匹も逃げられると思うな。私が振りまく地で大盛り上がり間違いなし。
Don't we can't hide your fear.
Damn, these things are tanky. You're damaged, though. Get wrecked, kid.
Oh, son, bow to me!
It's that freaking scream again. You try to present a picture of calm. Crowd is running. There's screams everywhere. They have hardly awakened from the last nightmare before they are put into another great escape. Huh, from Norport to this. Probably worse. You brace yourself against the wall. Someone ran into you. Hard. Someone pretty darn strong. It all happened so quickly that you had no time to plan. You had expected the worst moment, you failed to stop the first drop of blood seeping into that curious citizen. Even worse is that you and Ami have become separated by the stampeding crowd. Okay, so it's not Been a long time since you last felt alone. We're in a different place. Nope. Don't panic. Screams drown out your voice. Nobody's listening to your commands. Out of my way, out of my way. The monsters are coming. Get out of the way. Get away. There's blood on you, like those monsters. They are not your operators. They are just ordinary people. Reason is a luxury in the face of death. Doctor. Doctor, I'm here. Grab my hand. Amiya? You finally hear a familiar voice. Amiya! F3. Which one is F3? Oh, this one. Okay. That's the Masty, no? Amiya tries to force her way through the panicking crowd and reaches out her hand. Grab my hand up. You're super sussy. You know that you're the one whom Amiya cares most deeply about, always. You do not want to disappoint. You penetrate the crowd and extend your hand with all your strength. Yep, you are not Amiya. I have the up, down, left, right. Oh, I don't. There you go. Down. Whoops, that was not down, damn it. You realize it is standing before you, a moment before your hands touch. The mask. Why? What should the King of Sarkas look like? Wow, this guy is slipping. You're not the one you once were. I heard Logos' bonus. The myriad souls still reject us. Wait, Nani? So that's what happened? He reincarnated immediately? Myriad souls still reject us. However, a change has occurred. Part of us has left. There's a change, but what is the part? We must make a choice. We cannot remain stagnant. Mastia approaches him, one step at a time. You can feel that the one-time King of the Sarkas court has changed. He's no longer an idle observer. He has begun moving forward. Yeah, can you not be proactive? Can you go back to brooding? Doctor, King of Sarkas. I tried to imitate you, but I failed. I need the master. Is this your choice? To formally stand against us? You simply decided to try. Exactly. Stop being proactive. You're too fucking dangerous. Will we learn our meaning in battle against you, King of Sarkas? Where does our path lead? Once, I asked the previous Damasti what I should do. He said I must overcome all doubt and hesitation. If you still call me the King of Sarkas after being reborn, then go find the answer yourself. You won't get it from me. She is always at your side, smiling. It almost makes you forget that she is the true King of Sarkas. Dark arts rumble. You find Amiya's presence downright imposing. But still, you feel uneasy. Instinct tells you that this was no ordinary attack. In just a short period of time, you have learned that the Duke of Wintermere, defender of the front lines, is no pushover. She had her flagship break off from the fleet in order to save her daughter. This was an opportunity. The rest of the fleet was not so far away. Tactical advantage in attacking a ducal vessel is limited, unless this was a decapitation operation. Decapitation operation? Why not just say assassination, no? No, killing a duke only makes her men angry. There is more to Therese's plan. Plus, this ship is home to more than just the duke's elite guards. You and your friends are here. The King of Sarkas is here. Oh, that's a sploop. Suddenly, a pang of intense pain dazes you. Hello, Salus. What is that, an Erd Tree sword? Oh, did I hurt you? That Ascalon woman is so annoying. She's so persistent with everyone. Doctor. Amiya disengages from her battle with the Damasti and runs towards you. Arts converge on her fingertips, and her crown appears above her head. Not Amiya? You're the one they're after. What is that sound? The black arts are shattered, and the black crown gone. Amiya's arts disintegrate in an instant, as though they had never existed. How could this be? It is the power of the King of Sarkas. I mean, some of the Sarkas branches did kill him. I have long waited to rummage in your emotions and memories, little king. I thought the Revenant would cause you some difficulty. You seem to be in better condition than I expected. Lotus, no, Chimera. You are no Theresa. An eerie dark halo envelops Ami. She tries to break through, but the Confessarius' cage does not budge. The cage grows smaller. Yep, more guards. You look for someone who can help, a way to break Amiya free. The Confessarius guards block any eyes that dare gaze upon this place. The enemy is more prepared than you thought. Let go of it. You had the fortune to be conferred the crown, but do you truly understand your power? You have studied the King of Sarkas for thousands of years. Amiya's struggle grows feeble. The ancient Bane arts drain her strength. Her knees buckle and she falls to the ground. She lifts her hand, but not a ripple of arts answer. See this sword? Yep, it's like a tree-like thing, just like pretty much the Confessarius leader. As for you, you feel the chilling gaze scanning you. Your heart is beating so fast, it threatens to escape your chest. Anger and despair. Death extends its tendrils towards you. Clench your fist. Get away from Doctor. Oh, there was still some. Oh, still mustering the power of the King of Sarkas, even when surrounded by Confessarius witchcraft. I'm starting to miss Liz. Well, this is a benefit to our experiments. I'll spare the doctor's life for now. Chew to leverage your emotions. Why did she say I'm starting to miss Liz? That's Nightingale. It's the experiments? I must make sure you behave before handing you over to the leader. Great Damastor, that nasty woman is coming. I count on you to deal with the rest. Very well. Maybe she will temper us. What are we talking about? Calcit? Oh, Ascalon. You see Ascalon sprinting towards you. Countless Confessarius guards stand in her way. They fall without a sound. And the figures of countless Damasti once again bury her. The Confessarius with blue hair lifts Amiya in her arms. The hull structure around you shatters. A staircase of earth and stone rises. The wall of the canyon outside opens its gaping maw. You have seen arts like this before, but she is no gargoyle. Doctor, Amiya. Wherever they walk, the stone bridge trembles and shatters, and the cracks on the rock wall heal. Ascalon tries to free herself from the Damasti tide, but the expressionless fragments seem endless. Doctor, stay where you are. The most important thing is, Confessarius and Amiya grow distant. You have heard it many times from many people. You are not built for fighting. So weak, you could not even complete the beginning course for trainee operators. Calcit wanted you to stay in the rear, giving orders in safety. Calcit, equally thin and frail, stood before Theresis. You can still see the gaping wound when you close your eyes. You should wait where you are. Ascalon needs time. You can work on a rescue plan once the battle has concluded. Commander should learn to recognize when the situation is untenable. But your ears ring. Amiya is your partner, your family. Your sense and sensibility, your past and memories all cry out. Okay, beginning CG. Chapter 7 CG. Beginning CG. The smiles, the tears, the hard times, the brief joy. The hall breach is right beside you. The stone staircase is starting to fall apart. You put a numb foot forward. Let her go. You leap before the bridge shatters completely. Wow. Actually leap. I saw in the anime you're still rock. Run you like you've never have before as the ground falls out from beneath where you just tread. Your view is obscured by the white vapors that you exhale. Exhaling white vapors, interesting. Your whole body trembles. You have never so lamented the frailness of your physique. It is not far. You can catch them. You can. There is no time to think. The hole is within reach. The shifting rock wall could close upon it at any time. A few steps further. You muster all the speed you have. Oh god, Doctor running. The next instant, you find yourself falling in infinite darkness. Well, that's not good. Your average everyday darkness. How much time has passed? With your portable light, you see that countless hands have emerged from the ground, pulling at the passage, sewing it shut. Space continues to contract, pressing on you. You do not know how far you must go, but you must not stop. Down, down, down. The bottom of the sea. God, huff, huff, huff. Whew. Your lungs sting. A light in the distance is your only hope. Oh, hello. Is this Pompeii? Where the hell are we? Hell? Escaping the contracting hole, you find yourself hanging from an upside down statue. From its eyes seep water falling from above, gleaming an eerie red in the light of magma. Where is this place? What are these statues? You recognize the statues as Dial. Gargoyle shoulders the roof of the cave, feet burning in the magma. The banshee curls up in the wilted thorns, bone whistle in hand. The Wendigo tries to tear the rock wall apart with twisted hands, frightful visage roaring beneath a mask. The withered vampire extends a hand from the lava. A creature of unknown race holds its head in its hands, stone columns running through its eyes. Holds its head in its hands. Huh. Unknown race, it says. So it's not sarcasm? Interesting. Yeah, but it is. I mean, the theme is pretty much the statues of the sarcasm races. You're tough, Doctor. I respect it. That's a slashing sound. You feel a heavy blow and a pair of baleful eyes. Did I just get slashed? Interesting. I think I went unconscious there. Awake? How did you follow me with that feeble constitution of yours? I examined your body but found nothing. Well, not exactly nothing. Your structure is unusual, different from all the samples I've seen. Would very much like to study in great detail. Unfortunately, this place has been abandoned a long time. The equipment is far from adequate. It would not do to damage such a precious sample. Wait, is this like a Diablo King's throne or something? Perhaps I could bring you back to Londinium. She did say it's abandoned. Interesting. Perhaps I could bring you back to Londinium. But Theresia seems to pay particular attention to you. Amia. You look towards Amia. Her consciousness seems hazy. Black arts seep out from her, then fade into thin air the next instant. Her brow twitches in pain. She is not in good shape. You have rarely seen this expression in a brave child's face, ever since you met in Chernobyl. Look, Doctor. What is she looking at? She's trembling. What did you do to her? King of Sarkas grants the promised land. The little bunny simply got a taste of her own power. Oh god, they should just expand these instead of Omega making it small. It doesn't even have to be this small, there's still so much more space. You don't need to be crossing swords, you want knowledge? Rose Island has it. What do you want? We can talk about it. Stop or I'll drown you in lava. Hell yeah. Assertive. Trembling threat. Painfully amusing. The way you hopelessly grasp at straws. No operators at your side. Nothing for you to command. Even the king of Sarkas whom you served is leaving. What can you do? She draws closer. You tighten the hand hidden behind your back. All you have is a sharp rock that you happen to pick up in the chaos. The reason tells you that it is useless. Perhaps you would have a speck of hope if you were Blaze Ascalon or even Popuka. Why would you reference Popuka's strength here? Oh my god. You feel regret, but even stronger is your determination. The fact that she's Blaze Ascalon or Popuka is funny as hell. Pain in your hand keeps you conscious. Patience. Wait for her to drop. Are we really gonna bonk her with a rock on my hand? Yeah, that's probably not gonna happen. It would be funny though. I've asked the leader many times, why does power so often end up in the hands of the ordinary? What have these forgotten King of Sarkas given us, besides a life of exile and persecution? Will you, Doctor, be one of the causes of another round of suffering? You have questions, but this is not the time or place to answer them. Remove the spell on Amia and I'll do my best to answer. I have the same questions, but hurting Amia is not the answer. I appreciate your intelligence, but there has never been a shortage of smart people. There is nothing that can compare to this opportunity, what we have pursued for thousands of years. If she can force the crown upon the head of this little bunny, then it can be forced out. You want to steal Amia's crown? Steal? No. His crown is not a ring lying on the battlefield for the taking. You'll never understand. The blue-haired Confessarius turns towards Amia. This might be your chance. You make the calculations. With your full strength, perhaps. This? A rock? Yeah, you really actually try that. You feel your internal organs twitch and convulse. The taste of rust fills your mouth. Ugh. One little push from the Confessarius and your right hand loses all sensation. Bones have broken. Wincing at the intense pain, you force yourself to lunge forward, but she lithely dodges. You fall in front of Amia, blocking the blue-haired Confessarius' malicious gaze. How touching. Putting yourself in front of her, but meaningless. You're so obsessed, I have a better way to deal with you. Perhaps that brain beneath the hood holds secrets beneficial to our experiments. There, don't try to resist. Share your memories with me. That does not sound like a good idea. You can feel the Confessarius breathing. A numbing sensation filled with ancient witchcraft moves towards the top of your head. Get out of my head! What? What could possibly repel a Confessarius? King of Sarkas? Her mind should have been shackled. A black vortex rises from behind you. Amia whispers at its center. Why was that hard? The black crown trembles with agitation. Ancient Sarkas language. Amia. Shackles of myriad souls are not so easily broken. She remains amidst the myriad souls. She has chosen to protect you subconsciously. Huh. Wait, that's not all? Surprise face? Connection with the ground. Her connection with the crown is growing. The crown remembers souls. Is that Amia's voice? You get a feeling. She is growing more distant by the second, to a place that you cannot reach. Amia, wake up! Try to grab Amia. The black vortex roils between you and a great force tries to push you away. You dig your one good hand into the dirt, dragging the rest of your hide along towards the girl lying on the ground. Alright, so we're crawling now. Ah, such intense emotions. Looks like Theresa's choice was not entirely one of desperation after all. Just a little further. Why don't we cut straight to the chase then? I hope this won't break your little head. That would be a shame. Confessari left more than statues in this cavern. Sarkas incantation. Amia. You touch her. You promised. Reject the voice. Black vortex shatters and vanishes. You grab Amia's hand. Ami has grown up, but her hand still feels small and frail. Her palm is filled with sweat. You do not know if the Confessarius curse worked, or if this was the result of Amia's efforts and yours. Tch. Well, I guess it's effort. Blood sprays from the Confessarius' neck. Well, you got clawed. Escalon walks towards you, casting not another glance at the fallen Confessarius. That was reckless, Doctor. Why didn't run into... Look out. Blood explodes. This freaking blood explosion, man. And a sanguine shockwave seeps towards you. A figure stands in front of you, arriving in the nick of time. Logos. I have seen some leaks that might be true. Are you gonna be a member? I mean, you're a member of Rose Island. Are you gonna be an op? Vampire arts. What have you done to your bloodline? Hard to imagine that you're related to Shiny. The amount of grief that your degeneration has caused that fine girl. Lord of the Banshees. I'm impressed. It couldn't have been easy to get here. Confessaris puts her hand on her neck wound. The blood that sprayed from it is slowly flowing back. That's also from the trailer. That weird ass freaking. I should have been more careful, knowing that the sitting Lord of the Banshees is rather rebellious. You're more dangerous than we expected. Urgent situation. Interrogation out of the question. Kill her and leave. I know. See Logos' cold expression and the incantation that obediently emerges from his tongue. But you do not see Salus's fear, anger, and any expression that you might expect to see on one facing her own death. You see only curiosity. Is this the Lord of the Banshees? The Elegai court? Indeed, these incantations are no less refined than that of your famous mother. But, did you know? Such refined runes, refined arts, they are far from the Sarkas's roots. Far from the Sarkas's roots. She's backing up. Behind her, the statue of a banshee towers above. Why does she say that? Seem blurry. I love that blurry effect. Ascalon. An instant before everything went black, you saw Ascalon grab Amia while Logos shielded you. You saw the statue come to life. You saw the Confessari's eyes narrow and saw her ring the death knell first. What the hell happened here? She like off herself with some freaking statue witchcraft thing? Hello? Where the hell are we? Okay, You've left the cave. Ascalon is scouting the area. Your right forearm is broken. Well, I made a makeshift splint, but I'm no medic. Without Amia. Still unconscious. The Confessarius said something to the effect of trapped in the myriad souls, but she's alive at least. Turn around to see the Kotas girl lying peacefully under a tree, as if she is merely sleeping. Maybe she is. I can understand Ascalon's objection to your methods. She's concerned for more than just your safety. But it's also true that you bought us time. Confessarius and Amia would be behind Londinium's walls by now, not for your efforts. What of the Confessarius? Okay, she got away. Rock and earth, blood, and the wail of the banshee. Is this the sarcastic Confessari want? One so obsessed with bloodline and witchcraft, so she's... Wait, wrong. But this is Gargoyle, Sanguinarch, and Banshee. Okay, so that's what the experiments are about. They're like trying to combine all of the fucking sarcasm into one like Omega sarcasm. Your target is the King of Sarcasm. You must enforce Calcet and Shining. Wait. The vapor around us. This can't be. Careful, Doctor. You may still be inside the enemy's trap. What is it? I don't often see that look on your face. This is not Victoria. This is the Convallis of the Banshees. On it's Latin? Valley. Hey, no. The Valley. The Valley of the Banshees.
僕たちがいいパートナーになるって改めて証明されたね。
Well, actually. Yummy rocks. Alright, folks. I'll just eat first and I'll be back. Whatever. I saw. Oh my god. Mercenaries Day. Careful, the danger never left. I saw. Freaking artillery, man. Give some
今の
corn.
私はロドスのオペレーターに過ぎない。あなたの指揮に従う。
Ah, we'll put her here. Well, for me, I guess. Man, I did not get older. Very sad. Honestly, since coming to Victoria, my drafting work has been at a standstill. Back in my mercenary days, I spent most of my free time writing them. One book filled, a new book empty. Really, I had more to write than I physically could. And yet, since joining the military commission, I haven't given those notebooks a flip through in forever by now. I obtained what seemed like a higher position and power. I wasn't directing a squad or two of mercenaries any longer. Now they put the sand table of the whole battlefield before me. And I grew more and more sick of what I'd written about. I used to believe the most important test of an archivist's character was loyalty to their accounts. Yet bit by bit, I came to discover these books had turned into echoes of wave after indistinguishable wave, reproductions of scenes after scene of the same tragedy. I'd been through this all with my own flesh, felt it all with my own soul. Why even make all this? Vacant language and empty summary out of it. I've had enough. When did it happen again? I remember. Last year in September, where the summer was exceptionally long. Hello, Mr. Manfred, sir. General, the mayor is dead. Your saber still drips with the blood. If only the blades of the military commission and the mercenaries could be as swift. As long as it's a weapon, there's no real difference. I remember the look he gave me in that moment. I'm still not sure what he really meant by it. Roger. News just came from the Mercs. The 14 MPs in the plot to assassinate the regent have been apprehended. 14. And what stance are the other MPs taking? They don't have one. I thought you'd be more direct about your methods. If the military commission requires, I can execute every MP straight away. With our current situation, this will suffice. The airship is still under construction. We just need a little extra patience. Pull your men out. The Naxxater King's Legion has arrived. Legion? My voice shakes a little. The Naxxater's Legion. Of all the military powers I'd met in war, the vast majority paled compared to that one name. The difference was heaven and earth. When? How? Whatever direction a Kazdel army enters Victoria from, they've have to pass through major duchies. It wouldn't matter how they conceal themselves, that large a force could never. His Majesty has arrived at Londinium's suburbs. 2 reorganized royal court units directly subordinate to him have been stationed outside the city. I understand. I'll order the mercs to withdraw. That Lieutenant Colonel Leto had his talk with the regent. He and his defense forces will soon be assuming control over all of Londinium's administrative affairs. On the surface, Londinium will enter a state of semi-martial control led by the defense forces, owing to the garrisoned rebellion. Don't think that'll fool the Grand Dukes. Their intelligence networks are well developed in the city. they'll definitely start mobilizing for war within the next few months. It won't take that long. It's exceedingly likely the quickest army will show up beneath Londinium's walls within 20 days. But no fear, no matter who arrives first, they won't be hasty to act. Any duke that dares march alone will become the common enemy of all, just as in the Duke of Windermere's failure of a raid 2 years ago. Her high-speed warships didn't even succeed in launching from their berths before her own men obstructed her. It was ridiculous. The Duke of Windermere, she's clever. She's been warning Parliament since the day the regent first made contact with Victoria. Cavendish didn't just invite us to enter Londinium on his lonesome. Each and every duke was hoping to make a military vassal out of the regent, an assistant to the thorns in their sides. Understand? This Duke of Windermere is no exception. Behind the guise of the iron-fisted soldier, she obeys the game logics of aristocrats as much as the rest. She was just the one most impatient to place us back in the toolbox. From what I hear, Victoria's legendary steam knights don't exist anymore. You do have a nose for sniffing, Hodder. Not a good quality for a serviceman. I'm a mercenary general. The Regent and Military Commission scheme was a huge success. Pretty crazy. Somehow, the Sarkas have a firm hold on Victoria's capital. The Dukes need an easy-to-cut-up army to put down dissidents. Parliament is desperate for an appropriate defense. Avoid any more action like those two stupid Dukes' adventures. In their eyes, the Sarkas came fresh out of civil war on a silver platter, table-ready, disposable. Now we've taken the industrial sector, leashed Parliament, and even the Shard will be under our control any day now. The Regent's taken Londinium for real. But we can't shun this city off. Shunt. Shunt the thing? Shunt. Turn off to one side to shift. Okay. We can stir up conflict, but then what? We end up buried together with Londinium under a coalition of foreign militaries? What is the Commission planning? I know I'm being a little too forward, but you draw suspicion by being too obedient. Yet Manfred doesn't even turn to look at me. He's flipping through a book. Untitled. Do mercenaries have so many problems, Hodder? Have I given you too much leeway? I only need to know what the goal I'm serving is. The mercenaries I know have other tastes, inquiring as to the more loose-pocketed employer or mulling over how to waylay a Sancta caravan. I just have different personal habits. Personal habits. The Military Commission General before me pries his gaze away from the book. I hear his position here isn't just for his service rank. I hear his relationship with Theresis is very special. Which means I have to be extra cautious. I dip my head slightly, working to ensure I express enough respect and humility. Is your eye alright? It affects my depth perception in sword combat. I'll get used to it ASAP. I received your interrogation records. The assassin was an Ines woman, a mercenary alike. We sure didn't expect a Sarkas like Ines to get bought out by Parliament, especially for a hit on the region. Ines is dead and you lost an eye for it. You'll receive commendations from the Military Commission. No commendations necessary. Then you'll receive payment in mercenary fashion. After all, you and Ines and that lunatic with the W call sign led an active mercenary unit for quite some time. The old Sarkas of the Scar Market. Their commendations for you are blinding. Very decisive of you to kill her. It's the only way a mercenary lives. We'll do anything to survive. Even gutting your own colleagues? Even gutting our own colleagues. And I'm sure one day you'll come to dispatch me, won't you? You asked me just now, what could the Military Commission be planning? The plan is only drawn up to the point war breaks out. As for what follows, that would be their plan to make. This place is the heart of hatred, and it will be buried by vengeance. Just as you wrote in those booklets, just as every war we've been through. So you were Never mind that. Carry on writing. You have a heavy mission. Bear that responsibility. Quite a bit of foreshadowing there. Now, the military commission's duty in Londinium is fulfilled. With a single activation of the shard, the Tempest of War will be unstoppable. In which case, what more could Theresis want to do? What more can we do? Your notes? No, I wasn't writing anything. Just giving the sword another polish. The mercenary claymore. I haven't used this thing in forever. There you go, the new and better look. You're so heartless. If you want it, you can have it. A present from me to you. A sword, low efficiency, zero interest. And you found the time to fix your hair? Can't blame you, I guess. We're not going to have the time for hair gel like you did back in Londinium. It's just more convenient this way. You should have kept that outfit. Maybe you could keep acting the merc leader, treasure of the army? What's that thing army guys say? It's your calling to serve? Mercenaries' calling is to get paid, not get bereavement. Knock it off and save your spittle, you two. Fence perimeter, scouting radius. Is this the opening? Until they started fighting, yeah. As for now, they're marching. No matter how much the dukes hate each other's guts, this front's gonna close in sooner or later. You're sure your guys gonna pass this position? You can literally see the shard's catastrophe clouds from here. Catastrophe's landing point is the line of fire between the Duke of Wellington and the Naxterer King. Chances are the Iron Duke will retreat his front. As for Windermere, she probably won't have the spare energy to deploy her own forces until she gets her daughter back inside the nomadic fortress. My guy doesn't have a lot of exit routes from Londinium. Wait, incoming. The shadow's very fast. It's like a polygonal yarn ball? What am I hearing here? A what? The overall shape is polygonal, but highly irregular. It's arts. High chance the naked eye can't follow it, or else she wouldn't make it here. Ascalon? Target confirmed. We can only afford a little rough. W. I turn back and she's gone. A second later, deafening explosions. After her. Hail of the Dusk cloaks the entire surroundings. We're not blind to what's either a sizable witchcraft vehicle or a bizarre aircraft. As ever, W keeps off without restraint. We did graze a lich. I brush away the smoke, but surprisingly, I feel myself hit something. What is that? A wire? Ermengarde? Silk threads, hanging crisscrossing from the void, then pressing into it again. It is Ermengarde. Mercenaries? What a coincidence. Come at me then. This is where the strange sensations truly start. Her figure snaps into formlessness in an instant, threads swirling and fading. I thrust an arm out with all my strength, grab at nothing but dust. It's a Logia. Did she run? I told you, you can't blow a lich up with bombs. No, she's still around. You have to catch her. Aren't they supposed to be neutral? Well, quote unquote. Oh, hello. Smoky. Something's not quite right. Never passed by any area like this. Nothing here casts any shadow. Is it an illusion? I think there's a bunch of big guys over there, right by the mountain. Those are some crazy swords. How do they lift them? What do you mean, mountain? Wasn't this a plane? I follow where W's looking. The haze gradually thins and the scene becomes clear. I gulp. Practically everything about the battlefield leaves my mind. Listen. Sarkas, traveler in ancient Sarkas. The ash-bleached city lies ahead. Let us hasten. It will admit us. The children of the soil and stone have built city walls on sorrow's ground. Hasdel, Each syllable is a bitter journey unto its own. Where is it? From dreams we have departed, seeking to this day. The age of exile has come to an end. What are they saying? It's an ancient Sarkas dialect. Sorrow's ground, ash bleached city. I'm having trouble with the rest. I can only guess. I think they mentioned Castle too. Which one? Diablo Balors Taka of the condemned clan in Tilton, the errant overlord, will meet us on our way. What am I looking at here? Pretty sure Diablo should be like Kaput, and I'm not sure who Kilon is. Errant overlords. I'm assuming some sort of passing of Sarkas. Oh, and he is here too. Gul'dun. Oh, never mind. Gul'dun, the king of Sarkas. I couldn't know these names better. I could almost recite their legends from memory. First line of Sarkas I ever read was from the tale of these people. The epic transcribed time and time again, still handed down in Casdel's slums to this day. What these shadows tell of is the second Casdel that could be called a city. After the very first Casdel was laid to waste by the elders and ancients, there passed over 1,000 years where Casdel was no more than a tiny hamlet, a mass of thatch and wooden fencing. That's Casdel. Frail, easily destroyed, it was ravaged by the wheels of colonizers again and again. And again the Sarkas were sent into exile. Until this moment, where the Sarkas had once again accumulated strength, once again rebuilt, a true city. They left the waste that we now call Columbia, came to the heartlands of Terra, and there they lived. And there they died. And then a betrayal. Another migration east. And before they've gone far enough, the blue flames of fury were again betrayed. It seems as if Sarkas' history were cursed from that moment on. History's waves have rolled on to this present day, where citadels are incessantly scrapped and rebuilt and still amble about in arm's reach. But the names they speak, those are that city's first kings of Sarkas. The kings, plural, Sarkas, 7,000 years ago. When did this lich appear before us? How does she have this power? I draw my sword across my chest. The lich lifts a hand. How? How did you produce these things? Oh, considering this Casdel's historical significance and its impact on the generations to come, the legend of the kings of Sarkas have found such widespread in song. But these vagabonds, even we lack for such trifling accounts. This is scarcely even witchcraft. It is absolutely not. No original arts could attain this degree of effect. Oh, or perhaps it could, but at the very least, a historian would be needed. Is it a trick of physics? A projector that forms images from the mist? When did our brother and sister gain such technology? How rude not to share. No, it's off. These pictures are too close to the recorded truth. Be it a technological feat, whence came the material? So this is some kind of arts then. Her hand sways gently in the air, like she's feeling something, studying the colors before her and leaving us to our own devices. But it's of no known category of arts. It's highly likely even that it isn't arts. How very strange. A Pheran. Victoria wanted to tame a Pheramut for battle. It should have started long ago. What's bitch even doing? Is this you are not artists? Wow. You are simply and purely the ones who blew up my beloved cube. It was very comfortable sitting in it. Messenger to the Lich's court, Lady Ermengarde. We deeply apologize for using such a method to contact you. I don't know what misconception you have of liches, but honestly, I'm not that old. Stop kowtowing. I fear this is not your arts either. I certainly don't have the knack to conjure a band of 7 millennium-old vagabonds. What if I use arts to stimulate it? Just the most basic tiny amount of energetic irritation. Okay. Squall whips up. The vision before me recedes like the tide. The twisted scene returns to normality. A bloodied boulder abruptly appears before us all. Excuse me? Interesting. Is this some sort of ritual ground? What is this? I checked this area 3 days ago. There was nothing like this here. Guys, Hey, holder, W, snap out of it. Venus is fine. Thank the stars. My blood is boiling. Whose monologue is it? Ermengarde? Also, Ina said W and the
それじゃ
holder
あ
is
出発しようか
stunned or
みんな
something.
僕のルートに沿って行動してねこれで分かったでしょ
Here comes that damn bar again. God dang it.
Rest at ease. The tide also rises.
Get one drop last.
Good timing.
Don't better watch your step.
What do I do with your shadow?
Okay. He's facing up.
チェーンソーのうなり声が聞こえる？
これで分かったでしょ
Hey, stop pausing. Thank you. I don't have that much high ground to use, actually. Kind of bad.
Dredge up originium veins. Keep your distance.
I know what to do. Don't try to sink your corpse.
To our eternal home, we will return.
Got those guys.
僕は別に信徒じゃないよ問題ないよ
Not one step forwards.
Could be it. Eh? Oh my god, because you have 4 now. God damn it.
Got it.
That's a disaster, actually. You got 4 because you're blocking.
I know what to better watch
Kill
your
it.
That nature should not be disturbed.
Araboom. Oh, she gonna die from that. Pretty sure these guys are strong. Oh my god, how much HP do you have, brother?
悪くない場所だ。大地こそ
He's just slow to that. He's dead. And they stun? Oh no, 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 my. Unacceptable. That is illegal, sir. Okay, front line is pretty easy. Ace, if you can kill that unit faster, thank you. Okay, you should have more. 6 or 7. I should just do this.
I know what to do. Don't order me around.
Go.
Better watch your
Fantastic.
step.
Okay, you should die, right? Never mind.
Not one step backward.
行くよ。Oh, flowing magma. Please, slow yourself.
Get out of here.
Mission accomplished.
God damn, so hot, man. Get for living in the SEA. I felt my blood glowing so clearly through my own veins. It surges about like crazy, shooting out through my limbs, then finally converging on my heart again. At Rhodes Island, when the medic operators were examining me, they wanted to inject me with... What was it called? I forgot. I sure gave them hell about that. I've got the original. I didn't want more random junk around in my body. Well, fine, I get the message. We all need this blood to live. There is oxygen and yada yada, whatever. Order told me once. But right now, I'm sick of it. You're my blood, you little shit, so listen to me. And if not, you can get the hell out of my body. I feel for the dagger on my waist. Interesting monologue? W, what the hell is wrong with you? Nothing, just some bloodletting. Ah, they're all sighing. The hell is happening here? Let me just double check. We need all this blood to live. Is this like a shadowing of W altar? Quote unquote? Up. Hodor scrunches his brow. Yep, that's correct. At least just giving her hat a death grip. The racket finally dies down. No, actually, I guess we hardy bunch just got used to it. Ness, are you alright? Absolutely nothing's wrong with me. You guys explain. I get it. These rocks don't work on chilly old hags. I bet Calcit could dance a whole jig here. I'd believe it. I'd also suggest you bandage that wound. That's surgical. Avoid the arteries. So this is an anti-sarcas installation. Something to do with the blood. Sarcas. Blood. There's a difficult guess. This witchcraft device hasn't properly activated. I drew past this area on the uneasy feeling I had. Here lies the main offender. Little wonder the tutors are always so cautious with matters of Londinium. So what if it does activate for real? All sarcasts explode and die? And then the Sanguinarch throws our blood all over the Victorians? No vehicle tracks in the vicinity. No sign it was transported. They took these giant crystals, crossed all these miles, and then set them down here directly? Somehow, this wouldn't be the first time I've heard of something like that. Lady Ermengarde, I'm guessing you have nothing to do with this idea. Naturally, they just can't accomplish this sort of thing. The space research isn't this quote unquote. Also, if I'm not mistaken, you recognized me just now. Hodor, was it? I have had an eye on your books before. Some of your manuscripts are even in circulation among Lythanian Sarkans. Do you have any leads for us? Why should I be helping you? You just blew up my little cube. It's so weird. What is this? Is that like for downloading knowledge or something? I don't know. The beast just shot me a glance. Hey, you don't know how much I'm holding back from stuffing a bomb in that chest cavity of yours. Are all sarcasm mercenaries so eager to die these days? If she says one more word, I'm seriously gonna do it. Forget it. Let's talk about that illusion just now. That was a vestige, a spatial one, a temporal one. Huh. So it's a leftover thing. What are these? I'm assuming they're originum? Were you looking for vehicle tracks just now? That illusion was it. Some kind of special arts is affecting this place. But that wasn't originum arts, and it wasn't sarcasm witchcraft. These art circles are related to vampires. I mean, they're reddish. And the illusion was definitely related to the art circles, but there's no direct line connecting them. Perhaps these are leads you can use? What position are the liches taking? Same as ever. We've made no promises. Fence sitters. Imagine. But we have an informant telling us. Casdell has had liches showing up too. You usually never make appearances in Casdell. Oh. You left Babel, joined an infected organization, then ended up in Londinium. And you still kept an intelligence net up in Casdell. Are you really just a mercenary? I feel like with your competences, you could get hooked up as a Gesatzschwachter in Lythania, relatively speaking. Oh, except your arts is a little mediocre. Okay, what the hell is a Gesatzschwachter? Yes, that's... even a real German? Fuck. Betriebsgesetzschwach. No idea what it is. It's German, so who cares? Personal habits. Personal habits. The battlefield is extensive. How do you think it'd stop me if I did want to leave without a whisper? You were looking for us too? Technically, I'm a little interested in you. Specifically you. Do you sarcas always have to talk in riddles? Ines, why would you say it like that? Score one interruption from Ines. She's getting impatient. Nice. Freaking W monologue. Or soliloquy. Let her draw everyone's attention while I kill this son of a lich. Son of a lich dead. Will you not? Given you get news from Casdell, that naturally means our siblings act just been feigning ignorance. We need to give Theresis some flex room. We're taking control of Casdell right now. Everyone's come to Victoria, so someone's got to look after the place. Wow. Took over the vacancy, huh? What flex room? Are you gonna hold a celebratory feast? Yes, that's the first part of the plan. Then we declare National Foundation Day and so on. Wait, is this serious? Haha, no more jokes now. That is just the first part of the plan. Theresis and Theresa have no plans for evacuation at all. Seems they really do want Londinium to be the battlefield for a face-off against all the lands. We have no idea what's giving them so much confidence. But if it's their plan, brother and sister, then they must have some means in place already. So if they do succeed, then that means we'll have to rebuild Casdell, rebuild the Sarkas' haven. And if they fail? The Sarkas fail here, then we'll lose an entire generation of youth, and maybe every youth that was to come. After the expedition of 200 years ago, most nations have no clue about the present state of Casdell. They weren't even interested. Until all this, a lot of Victorian worthies believed Castle was just a pile of ruins. But before the Civil War, with Her Highness Theresa's establishment, Castle had a nascent nomadic city. Until Theresis messed the whole thing up. Now Castle's just this super giant witchcraft tractor. The kind that's got bolts and parts popping off it while it trundles along. The hell kind of city do we have? Castle wouldn't stand up to anything you could call a war, but the region just so happens to be starting. Once it begins, every spy will have made contact with Casdell. How will those nations sitting on the fence regard the Sarkas within the territory? Oh boy, we're gonna get Japanese internment camps, it seems. Alright, you're a pessimist. Good, so am I. So, part of the plan, the liches hanging back in Casdell have formulated the plans to break the place up. If Theresis fails, Casdell will immediately be split into pieces, maybe a dozen or more. Huh. Split Castle into pieces. Well, not Castle per se, but the people. Taking their affiliated residents as per the apportioned clan units off to hide deep in the barrens. Route planning, balanced production, and ensuring Casdell becomes a nomadic city isn't without meaning. To the Sarkas, the enmity of the rest of mankind is a catastrophe. Casdell will greet another age of exile. Again with the exile. What kind of crap is this? As if we're not exiles already. Did I miss some nomadic city where we all live happy lives, sipping an afternoon tea, watching the catastrophe clouds roll by? The Sarkas are strongly united at this point. Not at all the way I hope. Purely in terms of endpoint, Theresis has done it. But unity could mean more than just another vengeful massacre. Despite that unity being founded on hatred and war, that's no easy ass holder, my brother. My brother? That's more than a city. It's every person who calls it home. In the original plan, Castle didn't need that many inhabitants, and they wouldn't let us take that many away anyway. You have to end this war in Victoria. Sooner the better. If we can take back hate, then the least we can do is turn it into fuel. Trailer line again. To cast the supports of Castle. And every life to the Castle of the future may well be vital. Easily said for you. Just touched on a method for moving supplies and people over long distances. That might be what we've been after this whole time. What serves as the military commission's lifeline in Londinium? I'll find it and seize it. It was able to bring us to Londinium, so it can take us home too. Before everyone's buried 6 feet under. You aren't certain to succeed. You're just a mercenary. Place to call home, somewhere you can always return to. Teresa. All this time, I've been trying to keep that name separate from this war. Your Highness. How can a war just like before let anyone rest in peace? Ha! I bet it's just some diversion by that Therese's bastard. He killed Her Highness, and he's still blaspheming her. I'll make him beg forgiveness on his hands and knees. And once he's done, then I'll turn his skull into fireworks. Finding you was the right choice. I'll take your plans as a stance of Babel's survivors and inform the Liches. Thank you. But you blew up my cube. How do you want me to get back? On foot? What is this cube? 8 kilometers northwest. There's a Sarkas transport. Go and steal their car. Need us to help? Forget it. I don't want her catching me again and finding out I've been making deals with you on the sly. So, good luck to you, and may you still be alive to make good on your promise after meeting her. Hold on. You guys getting this familiar feeling? What are you talking about? What am I talking about? I have no idea. Damn it. Mother should be the one saying moody crap like this. But still, what's bugging me? Okay, this is quite not far off. There's someone sitting on a mountain peak, just on the edge of where that original illusion vanished. She's just sitting there like she doesn't have a care in her heart. Oh, her long pink hair draped over her shoulders, as it always was. Well, oh ma'am, that look in her eyes, that's sorrowful. I look away. How is this happening? How? How? No, that's no illusion. The moment I saw her, I knew it wasn't. That's her. Your Highness? She's gone. I want to reach out to... No, forget it. Maybe I should save it for the next time. Besides, she couldn't have been real anyway. She just really looked like her. An indistinguishable forgery, able to fool almost every pair of screwy messed up eyeballs.
I have never held the slightest hesitance to entrust my life to your hands.
Oh god. What is this? Oh god. Solidified fiber board. This fiber boards divided in a mold. Using a variety of strengthening projects. Compound fiberboard crafted through bespoke manufacturing exhibits outstanding functionality both physically and chemically, coupled with a rarely seen ease of processing, an irreplaceable part of many an industrial work. And what the hell is this? Viscous fiber. A derived product in the region of engineering, widely used in industrial fields using unique appearance has also drawn keen interest from those working in design. That is a very interesting. Oh wait, no, they're literally just like Ethernet fibers. Anguish hangs o'er. Over? Wait, twist and then... Oh my, I see defense artillery again. Seize the opportunity. Stage. Oh. Sanity restored. Yay. Oh shoot, wait. Hoshi has form block. I keep forgetting that. Damn it. I am an idiot. The frog grows thicker. The entire forest seems to swim in it. Hello, Mr. Logaster. I'll confess, I'm not so familiar with Casdell at all. By the end of the Banshee's court part in the war 200 years ago, I was gone from that city. It was in the convalescence of the Banshees I came of age. And asked my brother why, being one of our 6 heroes, she would choose to leave Casdell, the city she once fought to the bitter end for. My mother issued no response at the time. She plucked a few reeds from the riverbank and wove a necklace for me. Their stems twisted about each other, head to tail, tail to head. It was beautiful, and I treasured it in the most genuine sense. Yet very soon, it withered and faded, and fell to scattered pieces. My mother told me how this was the Banshee's most traditional art form. We weave song and incantation, just as we weave necklaces of grass. Now we had the entire convalescence. They needed not to be foraged, need not to be bothered, so year after year they grew forever. The Banshees sang our elegies, but the elegies were no supplication of the end, rather they were anticipation of new life. There is a sarcastic need, not to hold a dead city standing, but to grow. This is a highly disconcerting environment, though. We were in the thick of a forest only moments ago. What lay before us became nothing alike as the fog settled in. A convalescence, those are the reeds. Hello, me. And my broken arm right now? Is this all an illusion, Logos? The doctor is considerably wounded, but her tone of voice is steadied once more. Ascalon silently carries the still unconscious Amia, taking the very front. She remains as ever, lips sealed, but I can sense that her current silence is a more bleak one than before. I remember, at the time of her hurried rendezvous with me, that flicker of an expression I found hard to discern. Mirages are spin from nothingness. Their scenes are mere fictions in the mind, bound to return to nihil no matter how lifelike. But this place is not. Everything here truly did exist, once upon a time. Constructing a mirage like this requires not just intelligence and information, but time and space. It's too difficult. A bone whistle. I know this convalescence. I've always loved it. Yes, the whistle of the Banshees. It doesn't necessarily entail original arts. When we were young, we learned it by the riverside. We'd sit among the underbrush and wait still, until great fin gobbled small bug, until foul beast snatched up great fin. This is when the bone whistle is played. What's this scenery doing here? How do we get... Is this the first time ever? Like, there's no, dialogue boxes for the doctor? He's just pretty much just blurting out what he wants. I'm trying. Original Arts hasn't this power. The power this is of can only be something more ancient. But it shouldn't come about in this battlefield at this moment, not on Londinium's periphery. Everything we're seeing and hearing could pass for real. Our squad is not in good condition. We need to up our vigilance. At the convales's other end, there seems to stand someone, dead still, silent. Logos' mom? Mother, yep. Logos, what's wrong? Nothing. I say try to tear this landscape apart directly. It carries some risk, but it's the best solution. I don't know whether it'd be safe to leave this place, Ascalon. Ascalon nods, handing Amia over to the doctor, who strains to hold her up by the arm that isn't hurt. Ascalon, master assassin, vanishes in a blink into the mist. Shut my eyes and prepare, conceiving of destruction, imagining reconstruction. But the figure appears again, this time atop one of the convalescent crests. She She seems to be looking at me, but she is as if a thin slice of the past, stuck frozen in some older time. I know that crest full well. When I was young, I would practice incanting there until twilight fell. She would show up behind me. I would never know when exactly she had come, but she would just stand there as she does now in this mirage. And once I exhausted myself, we would go home together. I feel for my bone whistle. It's cold as bale ice, just like the time I was first given it. Not long ago, I sounded it to the closure of Damasti's court. But the time before that, that was back in this convalis. Oh? I'll be leaving tomorrow for Babel. Yes. You're master of the Eligaic court now. Remember to send Her Highness Teresa my greetings. It still doesn't feel real to me, Mother. I'm too young to be master of a royal court. Now, what makes you say that? Anyone could see how remarkable you are. Keep this safe. Oh, your bone whistle. I've tuned it for you and given it a royal court crest. And of course, a kiss full of magic too. Alright. Simply sound it and all the sarcasts will know it as the will of the Nell. Mother, what should the Lord of the Banshees do? What do you believe you must? I once talked to you about those ravings of mine. The fettered sarcasts have no escape, just as the necklace you used to weave together for me became naught but pieces in the end. Yet what fetters us is our identity. It's what we belong. The royal court, and perhaps the king of sarcasts. Still, you bestow this aspect on me. Our rotting bones will never again be given new life, should annihilation reach its destination. And yet, that is the rule. We sound the knell for all, for others, for ourselves. But it is a necessary burden. If you feel our time-worn inheritance has been reduced to naught but a stepping stone to new life, then it is for you to ascertain that yourself. Supposing that does not change your mind, then from death comes new life. I rest the whistle to my lips. Exhale. My, now, well done. O tender little lord of the banshees, from whom does your first fledgling knell toll? For myself. For the royal court that would rot, past and future all. Damn. Sarkas must write a new verse. What meaning is there in a stagnant landscape? With the words, power bursts forth. Oh, hello. Is it the same illusion? This is the vampire's witchcraft. But the vampire could never construct the landscape we were just in. I fear there's some other presence helping him. What is the vampire planning to do with these art circles? Laboring to keep Amia supported, the doctor lifts their head with some worry, taking in the giant sanguine-colored crystals. The loop here isn't even complete, but some of its symbols are legible. Purify. It's trying to affect our blood somehow. Affect Sarkas's blood. This artistry is tied to the Sarkas's power. The doctor gives no response, seemingly lost in thought. Hello, Paprika. What in God's name are you doing here, child? Hey. Heh. They finally ran out of patience. I detected them long ago, a handful of boorish wanderers. The derangement of our space-time was masking their figures. Now, with the mist abated, they finally showed themselves. Already, the silver glint in Ascalon's hand has cut across their necks, while bone-writ incantation blocks their attack. Clump of dirt, as crude as a child would be. Wait. I told you they were real. those ghosts were the real deal. Ah, it is a child. Is that you? Does the doctor know this sarcasm? Uh, you're that doctor, right? I saw you once in the munitions factory in Highbury. What are you doing here? And the knocked out Cotus and Sarkas? You were supplying goods to refugees in Norfolk. How did you know that? Don't don't let it slip. I was just I don't think that Cotus girl is looking too good, is she? And your arm is all I'm gonna guess you guys are fine hanging out with these Sarkas? I think we ended up back where we came. But did we do it for real this time? I've met enough payload monsters things for one day. This is out of whack. Hold up. Payload monsters things. Nani? Interesting commentary there. Paprika, what are you talking to the ghosts for? One in a hood, one unconscious bunny, and a sarcasm. No, driver, they're real. As in real? The sarcasm steps up to me, skeptically looking me up and down. I can tell with a glance that she's never taken the battlefield. Her hands are calloused in the wrong places. Oof. Just now, did the young paprika girl call her driver? Hello. Flag. Minor, come check this out. It's real. Right, their names. Your clothes must have cost some money, didn't they? Maybe take a closer look. No, never mind. Trust you versus bumpkins not to know. It with a ooh, I'm from Castle already. Shopkeep like you matter. All you do there is run a grocery store. Oh wait, forgot. You sold your store so you could come pick fights out here. Ah. Shape up a little. Stop getting carried away in front of people. We got driver, we got miner, we got shopkeep. What is this, Iberia? Hello. Ha. You may have met me in Castle before. My grocery store was a fairly popular one. This guy. The man nicknamed Shopkeep rubs his hands, eyeing me with ingratiation. His dagger is equipped with an auxiliary originum arts controlled apparatus. Never an affordable piece of kit. A shame it's all new, dagger itself included. You must be part of the royal court, yes? I can tell by your regalia. I take it you're the child of soil and stone? Yep, okay. So I was right, he's not a gargoyle. So he hasn't the first clue about any court at all. I am the Banshee. A boy Banshee? I thought Banshees were meant to be all girls. Correct. Huh. Never heard about any boy Banshee while I was in Kashmir. Not that I meant to be impolite or, you know. Oops. You're fine. Paprika, you're friends with celebrities like him and you never told us? No. I don't know if we know each other. Are you moving things? Inside the truck, I notice an uncovered spot where a few blood-streaked crystals are poking out. Where are you transporting these goods to? Aren't these ritual materials? I don't really know how to explain. We're just patrolling along our route. Plus some art circles might be a little damaged and we need to repair them. The doctor makes brief eye contact with me. I have some inkling. A Sarkas truck, a vehicle that can take us through the battlefield. With Amia's current condition, we won't be rendezvousing with the main unit on foot. I can sense Ascalon all set to go in the shadows, ready to strike at the amateur squad before us. But evidently, the doctor already has a better idea. Noble Banshee, sire. We won't cross the battlefield alive at this rate. I beg you, just let us go. I can comprehend the doctor's gist, but I'm not really well versed when it comes to this. Oh god, don't be cringe. I commandeer your transport squadron. We are on a special mission of the utmost nature, but we're assailed en route. For your assistance, I will memorialize you forevermore. It'd be our honor to serve a member of the royal court, your highness. It's just being memorialized by a death-tolling banshee doesn't seem like much of a fortune. Could you Here is your payment. Thank you. Coins that mechanist stuffed in my bag. Thank you, sire. It's our transport duty. I'll explain to your superiors afterwards. A special mission? Why bring these two outbloods along? They are my captives. Captives? But you, Okay, but once this is over, you guys are gonna come see General Manfred with me. For now, we'll go sort out some positions. Okay, he's taking it very well. The thought comes to my side. Boy's grave. Logos, figure out a car for Ascalon too. The Confessaria attack was no simple one. They and the vampire were working together, but in the process, they estranged Amiya from the ship. Doctor, are you worried? Kosher and the SSC troops don't have any suitable combat personnel between them. Alcid wounded, Shining's powerful, but the Confessaria are sure to have methods prepared just for her. I understand. The state Amiya's in may not be curable with medication. What she needs most right now, before she comes to, is not to fall into the Confessaria's line of sight. Operating under the squad's support would be safer. I'll get Ascalon to back up Alcid. We got you here. Besides, Doctor looks at the sanguine art circles. A pit forms in their stomach. Say no more. I know far too well. These crystals aren't just... Okay, so they're not original. Or they're not simple original. Anguish hangs o'er. Halfway through, not like this, man.
All units, spread out!
I don't really have a land unit, which is a problem. On God, brother. Wait, hello? Are you new? I don't recall you. That much, if at all. Which we do have, Blaze? Oh my God. I need to level you like a bit more. God damn it. Why, game? Why does it have to be, whatchamacallit? 3,000 pure damage. Okay, that's a problem then. Wait. Oh, shoot. It increases by 6. Okay, we should be Gucci. Oh, shoot. We are not Gucci.
An arm, an eye, or maybe something else. More than enough to trade for a few enemy heads. Or would you rather bear the price of failure?
Oh, chill.
Suit yourself.
この旗が私が目にするすべての罪なき人を守らんことを。
Just accelerate. Okay, so Blaze should just have literally enough.
それじゃあ出発しようか。みんな、僕のルートに沿って行動してね。
一歩も引かない。命令都市が崩れていくのを感じる。Volcanic slip contains lots of...
Oh, wait. This guy hit... Okay, that's what's increasing it. This guy hitting me. That's... Okay, so it's only ground units. Okay, that's very comfortable.
I hail from Victoria. Order discipline strengthens the way.
Oh, God. Probably need to change something up here. That cannon's gonna destroy me. I might remove Hoshiguma's mod then. Yeah, I think that's what I'm gonna do. I actually need to do that. That's funny. Well, Hoshi, your mod's finally a downside, huh?
I will protect
God damn
everyone.
it. Shangzhou.
教習オペレーターの基準は厳しいよ。私の動きについてきて。ここに立つのが私の使命。Rest at ease. The tide also rises.
Oh, shoot. Oh, that was perfect. On God, brother.
My speed and I hail from Victoria. Orders in Netherlands shall save lives. この辺、温度が低すぎる。
いや悪いね。僕は別に信徒じゃないよ。
命令想像したことある。友も故郷も二度と戻らなくなることを。
Oh, God. Oh, I didn't kill it fast enough. Okay, that's fine. Okay, I see. So the plan here is just let guy pass through. I mean, I can easily change this and make it way easier for myself, but
Stay close.
I should just put them all up there.
信誰が
Don't let them out of sight, even if your eyes are hurting. 想像したことある。友も故郷も
They're
二
not.
度と戻らなくなることを。
Wait. Oh, it's you. I'm dumb.
La fortuna ti ha abbandonato. Ora te la vedrai con me.
I thought it was this guy hitting.
The tide.
Bait.
低すぎるかな。
Now it's these guys. Okay. Let's see.
Volcanic slip contains lots of originium particles. Let's not stay too long.
信いや悪いね。僕は別に信徒じゃないよ。
メル運動を実現させたものが北須 M に君は気づいていない。
信号は安定。いつでも行けるよ。
What do you need of me? Get out of my home! 命令を
Not one step backwards.
命令を
Not good. Yeah, they're still gonna die. So I need just to kill these fast. I don't even need Hoshi yet. Goodbye, my children. He survived. That's funny. Is he even still winnable? We're about to find out. Base is active. That's good.
もしどこかが
They should die way faster.
それはただの副作用だからね。連綿たる山々となる。
At least you can kill them faster.
Obiettivo avvistato.
Great.
Ci vorrà solo un minuto.
Yeah, Hoshi dodged.
My speed and I hail from
Is this
Victoria.
winnable or about to find out?
Standing by. Bravery shall overcome evil.
Vengeance shall be no more.
Problem with this is, yep, they sometimes teleport. Dang it.
The time has not yet come to give up, Doctor. Please allow me to defend the rear alone. I leave the regrouping to you.
Okay, so we're gonna use this and just use Mudrock here. Fuck it. It's good to use in this. I actually kind of forgot who I used for this. Chungus is not bad.
Lit. Quenched. Then lit again.
Yeah.
The signal
I will protect everyone.
To make Chungus. Not really. He cannot hit what Madrock's hitting, which is very unfortunate. But he can hit here-ish, which is very good. His Mudrock's here. He can. He's like here-ish. Even here-ish. With 2 flag bearers too.
出発だ。
I could put them here.
主の名を掲げこの
Technically.
旗のこれ
Even though the
チェッ
dude
クが済んだ
passes through here though.
ここに
Bit
立つの
annoying.
私の使命想像したことある。
It does
友
some
も故
trip
郷も
damage.
二度と戻らなくなることを。
Fortuna ti ha abbandonato. Ora te la vedrai
Okay.
con me.
1, 2. Mudrock has to be here. For sure, for real, for real. Which means that it's basically sorry arrangement.
自分のための戦い連綿たる山々となれ
Question is, should he be there? It's just this guy. Should be fine there. He has a face. I don't really have reasons.
Magma will dredge up Originium veins.
連綿たる山々となれ
信号は安定即戦即決
Look at this spectacular sight. Alas,
Now, hearken to the song of the distant sea. 命令を実現させた。
thousand moves in one breath.
No, okay, good. Classic
At
Mudrock.
unsteady posture, wavering intent, much to learn yet.
Good time.
Okay.
大地こそが我が友
Thousand moves in one breath.
信号即戦即決
My speed and I hail from Victoria.
問題ないよ
So get out of my home.
Strike! And some
Benevolence shall save life.
大地こ
Nope.
そが我
Too
が
physical.
unsteady posture.
Here we go.
My kin, the time is nigh.
Much to learn yet.
Orders, please.
Strike! And sunder
Heal
the
you, bad
tide's
boy.
theft. Retract and leave no peace.
There's so many of them. What the heck, man?
Unsteady posture, wavering intent, much to learn yet.
What's the learn? Bada boom. Yep. And even need 5.
Out of my home.
This guy's new, I think.
Thousand moves in one breath.
Seems like he deals physical because he did nothing to bagpipe when the skill was activated. If he dies, if you guys can die faster, that would be great. Smiley face.
This echo flowing magma. Please slow your steps.
Oh, these will die fast. Bada boom. And dead.
Mission accomplished.
That's classic Mudrock. I mean, I could have put Hoshi there as well with healing, but wow, there's so many of these like close up. You know what the cruelest thing in the world is? Neither total darkness nor endless torment, nor a dark alley filled with murderers. It is when a gentle hand pulls you out of a nightmare, just as you thought it was over and all the pain would come to an end, only for you to realize that salvation was just a cruel joke, a brief respite before falling further into the darkness. Even greater suffering is gazing upon you within a stone's throw, and you are powerless before such mockery. Sad siege. Delphian, do you want to join us? The The Duke of Windermere's coffin is being transported to the approaching battleships. Some of the refugees have taken it upon themselves to organize a funeral procession in their gratitude. Keeps looking at the place where her mother had fallen, even though any trace of blood is long gone. May not be a good idea to invite her now. I'm already starting to regret it. Can you thank them for me, Vina? I want to stay here a while longer. What did they say to you? Nothing. I'll just stay for a little longer and cool my head. Sword guards bordered the late arriving escort fleet. Most of them kept silent while the nobles panicked. A moment's weakness when I tried to help that soldier. The vampire reached out his hand. Whether it was an obvious trap or not, Mother was wounded because of it. Broken formation and fallen soldiers. Sword guards do not defend their duke. Their only goal is to fulfill their mission. But they faced a foe powerful beyond their imagination. Delphi. Staff officers think there was too much personal sentiment in this reckless operation. They never supported it. They must believe that I'm the reason Mother died. A hero should not die for the weak. And they're right. I gaze at the late arriving battleships, their standards flying high. For some reason, I am reminded of Allerdale. Okay, there was a hint there then. I've cleaned your wounds as best as I can, Lady Delphine. This is all I can do with the limited amount of medicine available. Thank you, Doc. I must go. The General Staff have ordered all troops to report back. I left behind some things that belong to you. These were the Duke's gift to you, and you have her sword. This may sound impudent, but I hope that you will come back to Ironclad Gala Bay with us. Whatever the senior officers say, nothing can change the fact that you are the heir to the title of Duke Windermere. I'll think about it. Right now, I just want some quiet. How are things? It took a bunch of people, but many more remain. So that rough mom really. Yes. Ironic, isn't it? The Duke has trained her officers well. Even now, the General Staff of Windermere continue to plot the next course of action according to the plan. But, what about Delphi? Seems like the snobbish officers are planning to abandon her. I don't know. I'm even worried what they might do to Delphine as the heir. Heir. She's not ready. Duke Windermere was a strong leader. Her sword guards, her general staff, they all served the greater good of Victoria alone. But she herself, she made an admirable but reckless decision for the sake of her daughter. That decision saved a bunch of lives though, didn't it? I'm not criticizing her, I respect her. But it means that Delphine is being abandoned by what her mother, Duke Windermere, built on her own. Oh. What do we do now? They took some of the refugees. Can we really trust them? Do we follow the tales of the nobles in the coming battle? They didn't take everyone. That's not right. If this one ship could take everyone, there's no reason that so many battleships couldn't. Oh, and they're moving. What's that movement? I thought the ship's engines were out. The window. Excuse me. Dust rises from the escort fleet that has only just rendezvoused with us. They're sailing away. Delphi. She stands on the deck where her mother left this world, holding her mother's sword in her arms, as she did before I went below. The wind sweeps at her short hair. Her solitude makes her look even smaller than she is. What's going on? I grab her shoulder. Only then does she come out of her stupor. I see none of the anger, fear, or sorrow that I expected to see. She's wearing barely any emotion at all. Only calm, flat disappointment, and a quiet so deep it is painful to see. They're gone. Her voice trembles a little, but it's still too calm. There are civilians down below waiting to see the Duke of Windermere's coffin off. Those bastards didn't mind running innocent people over? What's going on? That wasn't part of the orders. Maybe there was a miscommunication. Still have a good we still have a few good IFVs. We need to head back to Ironclad Galavay and get confirmation. I really don't know if it's Iron. Is Ironclad even a thing? 'Cause I know Ironclad. Ha! I've never gazed upon the tail of a battleship so intently. How ridiculous. Marks that the rain of blood left on our clothes is a lingering reminder of that cruel attack. Several hours have passed since you left the Duke of Windermere's flagship. Bad news keeps coming. We did a head count as we left the ship. Doctor, Amia, and Ascalon were not there. We only had time to do a brief search, which came up empty. All I can do is keep faith in their strength, but for some reason, I think back to Amia's lean shoulders. Sorrow and helplessness are luxuries that this group can no longer afford. Stop dawdling. I really can't go any further. I'll whip you if I have to. Get up. Stay with the armor if you want to live. I need to catch my breath, sir. I have a condition. No dawdling. This isn't just about your life. Hello. Hands off, Norport Hoodlum. I'm just carrying out my orders. They're not trained soldiers. They've been at the forced march for 5 straight hours. They don't have any strength left. And they can lie down and die. We're trying to save their lives. Everything can still be salvaged if we make it back to Ironclad Galavay. They need to stop and rest, I said. It's not just for them. It's for you too, Ensign. I know your condition. Not many soldiers were left behind, but I know almost all of you are infected. Shut up. Wow, he brandishes a knife? I'll let that slide. This once. You're Duke Windermere's man. Do not let your actions defile her memory. Infection. A curse they fear more than any other. Catch up to the ship that abandoned them. Hide the growing black crystals under the bandage. Fool yourself. I'm sorry, it's just... Don't say that blasted word. I'm fine. I said to keep a low profile on the Barons and avoid drawing Sarkas's attention. Sir, It's getting dark. Civilians trying to keep up with you need to rest, Lieutenant. No, we continue the march as planned. We can reach Hill 31 by midnight at our current pace. We'll re-establish communication with Ironclad Galavay there. Only once we're in touch with the nomadic fortress are we truly safe. If you wait until morning, I doubt this group is ready to face the Sarkas, and you're the ranking officer and de facto commander here and the ship's doctor. You know as well as I do that we're trying to catch a fast battleship with our own feet and a few tanks. I respect your decision, Lieutenant, but we don't even know why those battleships left. They didn't respond to your hails at the time. Why do you think the fortress will open its gates to us? I checked on the group. We have less than 3 companies of combat-effective soldiers and nearly 1,000 refugees following in tow. By the time the march that you had in mind is done, there will be less than 20% left. Vina, right? Listen. He avoids my gaze. I mean 20% of your soldiers, and none of the refugees. Sir? I need not hear what they're saying. I saw what happened. Someone bled his last in the long silent wall of people. He left behind a long trail of blood mixed in with the mud. The lieutenant's silence hardly lasts 2 breaths. Slow down a little. We'll keep going. Idiot. Bonk. My fist leaves its mark on his face. I heard a crisp sound. I think I dislocated his jaw. Well, ugh. He quickly puts his jaw back in place. Must have dealt with this sort of thing a lot. You assaulted a soldier, hooligan. I could have you executed according to Victorian service law. You beat him up? Stand up. You try to execute me or we can keep going. The fist is a solution that can only be used once in a while. Dagna, Morgan, and Indra stand in front of the soldiers on edge. Civilians surround us silently. Reminds me of how we used to fight turf wars on the streets. Stand down. Do not open fire. They called you siege, didn't they? They were telling stories that you're actually highborn or something, and with that accent. I'm a hooligan, leader of the Glasgow gang. Fine, I don't care. Listen, I'm a soldier who has pledged his loyalty to the Duke of Windermere. My duty is to fulfill the mission handed down by my commander. Another. I'm waiting for you to blight the blood from your mouth. Give up. Your elbow is about to dislocate. Some sacrifices are acceptable in order to protect the many. Just who are the many? Have you taken a good look at who you're leading? Frightened soldiers, silent civilians, the infected, the wounded. The people standing around us. I'd had enough. I want to tell them, those who escaped hell in Norport, I'm still looking out for them. There's still someone who cares about them. Might makes right. Law of the streets, Lieutenant. I'm telling you now that they're going to make camp here and they're going to rest. We must reconsider our course of action. If we're cut off from the main force at Ironclad Galloway, everyone is going to die when we run into the Sarcast. Every last one. Enough. Don't insult the memory of the Duke of Windermere anymore, Lieutenant Shearer. If you still think you're part of her army, how could you? Delphine clutches the hilt of her sword. It surprises me, even more than it surprises Lieutenant Shearer. He's surprised and angry. I'm suddenly reminded he had provided medical aid to everyone on the ship before Ironclad Galloway abandoned us. Delphine, your clothes, and the sword. A little big for me, is it? But I need you all to hear me out. Nope. It is too big. The lieutenant leaving? Yes, they formed a small squad and picked a tank in best condition. He can leave at any time. That squad will travel light and quick. He can reach the marked location before dawn. Put those clothes on. Maybe what they represent still means something to someone. I've spoken to my troops, Lady Delphine. They will follow your orders until I return. For the last time, my lady, you're the heir to Windermere. No matter what happens, you should come with us. Sorry, but I must stay. This was my promise to the people. They need to know that Victoria has not abandoned them. They need this hope to keep going. We can only trust each other now. We must trust each other. The departure of the escorts were just a misunderstanding or a mutiny by a few, then Ironclad Galloway will welcome us, whether I'm there or not. And if not... Lieutenant's eyelid twitches. Delphine's words are certainly subversive. My presence will only make things worse. At least you'll live. My lady, it's not my own hide that I'm concerned. They let me go the first time, perhaps out of respect for my mother, perhaps out of a sense of pity. They won't give me a second chance. I trust my comrades and officers' loyalty to the Duke. Please take this locating beacon, Lady Delphine. I promise to bring back good news. As for you, the man gazes calmly at me. I clench my fist, preparing for a sucker. You've got some hard knuckles. Take care of Lady Delphine. Cheers, Lieutenant. Oh, no knuckle punch. Siege, we checked up on the refugees from Norport. Perhaps the Duke of Windermere has given orders behind our backs. Things were chaotic when we boarded the ship, and we couldn't find the one who executed the order. Regardless, their screening was impeccable. There's no sign of infection amongst the refugee in the group. But now... look in the direction where the lieutenant departed. Of course. Many soldiers who fought amid Sarkast witchcraft are showing acute infection symptoms. These soldiers got a reputation fighting the Sarkast. How could their comrades just abandon them like that? It's an old military tradition, and not a strictly Victorian one. It's the same in Kashmir versus Gaul. The infected are not allowed in camps. More conscientious commanders might put the infected in their own unit and send them on the most dangerous missions. But for the military, there's far too much uncertainty in the infected and their uncontrolled arts. Some must have resisted. No one ever succeeded. Looking back on history, the infected make up a relatively small portion of armies in times of war. acceptable losses in exchange for stability on the front lines. It's even in the textbooks of the Royal Military Academy. It's just the honorable martyrs who died for the glorious foundation. Hello, Mr. Asher Trilby. Now, no need to get violent, ladies. I'm here to talk. First, let me make clear that the death of Her Grace Luke Windermere has nothing to do with the part of Victoria that I serve. In fact, I bring my sincerest condolences, Lady Delphine. My own position aside, I believe she glowed brighter than any hero in the Battle of the Four Emperors. But now, who will fill the gap that her death leaves behind? Who can step up to take her place in the grand strategic theater? Duke Wellington is an accomplished soldier. We all know he has no intention of giving his all. Duke Castor has her hands full coordinating everything. Frankly, the death of Duke Windermere is a big problem. You sure got the news quickly, didn't you? Well, it's my business to know. You'd be familiar with our line of work. What are you here for? I suggest you think carefully about the next words coming out of your mouth. Flowers for the hero, Lady Windermere, and a gift of rations and ammunition. In exchange for, you know full well, Your Royal Highness, a scrap of metal known as the size of kings. To be honest, I have no use for this sword, personally. Want to trade? Sure. My conditions are simple. Take that damnable stone of the sword of yours and bring it to the front lines, where the storm blows the fiercest, where fire falls the hardest. You can get lost if your plan is to keep the sword safely in the rear, to prop up a tent for kings and nobles to drink tea beneath. If you really will bring this thing to the lines and provide shelter for Victoria's warriors, citizens, and the poor souls who have lost their homes. If it is a shelter for all, whether the son of a blacksmith or the daughter of a teacher, whether they take pay in the name of Victoria or carry weapons of their own making, then by all means you can have this piece of metal. Come to me with the sword of the stone, Trilby Asher. I promise that I will never fall behind you on the front lines, not by a single step. Oh my. This is beyond my discretion. I'm just an envoy after all. Her Grace the Duke of Castor has the final decision. Then go to your master, come back to me once you have an answer for my dear aunt. I'll do my best, Your Royal Highness Alexandrina. But this is just a promise on a personal level. What follows now is off the record. Some personal opinions, not of Trilby Asher, but of Sir Suffolk Bellingham. A new voice is not necessarily a bad thing. You've taken in infected soldiers, well, and many more civilians, but the point stands. That's all good and fine, but it's not enough. You need an army, your own army. An army with a place for them. I'm surprised. Perhaps it's a caster trick, but he's encouraging me to form my own reunion. Looks like you really did turn off your sound recorder. Can't do it for too long. Colleagues start getting suspicious, you know. My grandmother was executed after getting infected in the War of the Four Nations. When she left, she told me with a laugh that there was less than a 3% chance of getting oripathy in battle. It was only when I inherited the title and looked through the records in archives that I learned. The 3% figure has been in use for centuries. It has never changed, even though we're using more original machines and more complex original arts in modern warfare. Perhaps you haven't noticed because all you can see is a small corner of the battlefield. Certainly the Dukes haven't noticed because they have their sights set way too far away, but I have. The infection problem in the Victorian army is serious. Serious on an unprecedented scale. Oh wow, he's just really spilling the beans here, huh? Everyone exercises restraint in a conflict between civilized nations. No one wants their camp to be filled with ticking living time bombs or sees a dirty city covered in originum dust. But now our enemy is the Sarkaz. If you really mean to do this siege, then it has the potential to be a good thing for your reputation, for my career, perhaps even for our country. Thanks for the concern, but my friends and I know that they infected better than you do. We'll be fine. Very well. Oh, by the way, I have some scrap equipment here that nobody wants or cares about. Leftovers, you know. You can have them. It's all trash after all. Farewell then. Okay, what is this? How much do you believe? I would rather believe that even someone like him could not stay out of this conflict. What did he leave behind? A recording and coordinates. Okay, interesting. This sound. Bzz. Need support. Shetley. Surrounded. Tempest platoon. Requesting aid.
僕たちがいいパートナーになるって
Interesting.
改めて証明された
Is that
ね
their own line of connection? Okay, so before I start the new one, I need do something. BRB. Here we go. We are so back. In the name of example, we make miracles. Eh? It doesn't have recommended levels? I just noticed now. Interesting. Not sure if it's a bug or... It's there, nope.
Visuale chiara sull'obiettivo della missione. Avvistamento con...
Leave the front to me. The rear is all yours.
Almost. Okay, what do we have here? Another close-up. I was the first to see the scout. While I scouted the silent government buildings next to the plaza on the other bank, his dead body drifting in the water, still grabbing the reeds by the bank. Seems he never gave up trying to survive. Not far from him, his journal lay quietly in a waterproof pouch, last entry written just before his departure. I volunteered for this mission to deliver the SOS. I won't come back whether I succeed or fail. No one will survive, crossed out. Journal indicates that the defenders of Shetley are in... Like, not the thing. The Shetley are in dire straits. See the crossing on the other side? The ferries have been sunk. Horn's squad has been completely cut off from the outside. 2 days ago, the soldier tried to cross the river under the cover of darkness. This was shot by the Sarkas patrolling on the opposite bank. There is no word from the troops that were garrisoned in the city hall. The soldier's journal made me uneasy. 23 soldiers, 2 squads. Other than the city hall, silent in the darkness, the rest of the buildings around the plaza have been reduced to smoldering ruins by artillery fire. At least the tragedy hammers one thing: no one can truly escape death on the battlefield. The Camus River runs to the east, north side of the plaza. Crossing to the east is under Sarkas control. Lights coming from south should be the Sarkas camp. They've holed up in the city hall for more than 2 weeks. The journal is accurate. The last bridge that connects the city hall to the residential district on the other side of the north bank was attacked no less than 2 days ago. It's possible that they're cut off from all supplies. Out of ammo, out of food. What do we do? We have the time to worry about that here. We might as well just cross the river and see for ourselves. We can't just cross without a plan, Hannah. We're discovered. Actually, Hannah's words made me think. We've been unable to reach Horn Squad by radio. Storing communications is our first priority. Me, Hannah, Morgan, and Dagda will swim across the river and see what the situation is inside City Hall. That's too dangerous, Vina. You realize that we're the best people for this job. The only people for this job. Rhodes Island operators. Small squad spec ops is our game. And we're Norport gangsters who know how to get into a place and get back out again unnoticed. We have a few volunteer soldiers and civilians who want to offer their support for the legendary Tempest platoon. But there are only so many people we can bring. We need people to stay behind for defense. With Lieutenant Shearer gone, a hardly hear what Vina is saying. Is this a bad joke by Trilby Asher? Or is this how the battlefield is? Call for help, deciding whether to answer, and the sacrifices that must be made to help, the loss of the battlefield. I know what you're thinking, Delphine. There are personal sentiments involved, but I can't ignore the SOS. They're good soldiers, and they'll be of help if they're still alive. Alright, I'll trust your judgment. Stay behind with this men, Delphine. We need to keep watch. If you lose our signal, take them and get out of here. Alright, come back alive. In the marshes. Okay, we're on the bank. Keep your eyes out for any patrols. Two Sarkas standing guard at the crossing. One to Hannah's 3 o'clock, another in the building. Roger. Draw the attention of the first, and Hannah and I will do this together. 3, 2, 1, go. The light in the window goes out. All is well? Wait, foul beast. Black foul beast flies out of the hut at the crossing. Flies the circle above, then heads towards the sarcasm. Vina. Agile shadow leaps across the moonlight from the roof of the hut and grabs the foul beast. Got it. A military foul beast. You spooked it, Hannah. Sorry, I didn't notice. No sign of Sarkas to the city hall. Lots of bodies on the plaza. It's too dark to identify them. Ready to go in. I see the bridge that connects the residential district. The barricades on the other side of the bridge are blocking the view. Go to the top of City Hall. Try to get a better vantage. Roger. The entrance has been boarded up. Over here. The gap has been blown in the west wall. Wide enough for us to go in. Good. Do you see Horn Squad? Not yet. Stop. Something's moving. Radio silence. There's a crossbow man in the building watching the residential district. Allegiance unknown. Watch for my sign. Sarcasm profanity. What's the sound on this frequency? Oops. Signal goes silent. I did not hear anything from them for the next 10 minutes. How many men in the building? What's the situation with the surrounded troops? Has Wiener Group been discovered? I'm completely in the dark. Crouched in the dirt on the banks, I feel my heart beat harder with every throb. The heartbeats merge into the river, resonating with the flow, growing faster and stronger. I see you. They've been discovered? Someone's waving from the top of the building, the moon at her back. It's Vina. Siege here. Horn, Tempest Platoon, do you hear me? We got your SOS. We've confirmed your location. The bridgehead at the residential district on the other side. We're coming to help. Bzz, bzz. I hear cheers coming from the radio. They did it. Sorry about that. The men are excited for our first bit of support. You should be able to talk normally now. Horn, we can help your squad evacuate. Thanks, but we're not evacuating. There's something in this town that the Sarkas want, and they won't abandon their assault. The nearest Victorian battalion that receive our SOS will arrive within 1 week. You must guard the entrance until then and ensure the safety of the survivors of Shetley. We voted on this. The decision was unanimous, including Misery. Much obliged. Dead silence. Sounded like she was talking about the weather. A vote. On the battlefield, there are only 2 choices you get to vote for, life or death. Vina seems lost in thought. What decision would I make? What decision would Mother make? Then, if you choose to gamble, I have an even bolder plan. Care to hear it? I don't support Vina because she is the heir to the throne. She's brave, competitive, hates losing. Some would call her reckless. But I count on her to get us there, to find a way out of hell. I have to believe in her. I have to believe to get out of this hell. I can't even bring myself to think about what happened that day. Focus, Delphine, focus. The Overwatch mission has ended. Time to meet up with them. Almost dawn. I'll go to preparations. The windows and doors are being reinforced. Misery's been cleaning up enemy sentries. I'll continue to keep a watch on the outskirts. I'll get in touch if there are any changes to the camp. Thank you, Misery. Still have no status on Mandragora, huh? We were supposed to meet up at Brentwood when we split up at Londinium. Why are you here at Shetley? Misery noticed something unusual when we passed by. We got here in time to see a massacre and we couldn't just walk away. Are you sure you want to be in charge? You're a professional soldier, Horn, and Delphine had elite military training. I know what you guys did at the Mausoleum of Kings. You brought back that sword for us. Just a piece of metal. Piece of metal? It's Victoria's realm blade. Stop thinking about the size of kings. This might disappoint you, but it won't bring any miracles. We're the only ones we can count on. And it's enough. You're right. You've proven as much. We don't have the personnel, condition, or resources to implement complex tactics. What we need for the coming fight is courage and determination. In the face of disaster, the human spirit is much more important than any legend or artifact. Prove it, Siege. Alright. It's time to rise up, folks. Most of us are not professional soldiers. We'll just tell them to take the high ground and shoot any enemy that approaches. Nice. The few of us here will form a response to take out any sarcast that gets past. Horn Skull will continue to defend the bridgehead position, create a fire zone. They will continue to fend off the sarcast trying to get across the bridge, as per the original plan. This building is the first line of defense. We'll be in the thick of things. All we need to do is defend one building. How hard can it be? Do not say that. The defense of Camus Reaper. Hey, that was what I was going to say. It will make a great movie. Quiet, Hannah. Patrol approaching from 1 o'clock. 100 meters out. At the ready. Shall we fire Siege? Venus' hands were trembling. Excitement, fear, or both? I do not know. My hands are cold. Almost frozen. 7 days. Will the Duke's troops really come? What if we fail? What if more sarcasts notice? I kept going over the possibilities in my head. Now, open fire. Nope, they dropped. Sirens start blaring in the sarcast camp the moment the patrol goes down. There is no time to think. The defense has begun. Well, just hold out. My brothers will tear you apart. Standing on my corpse. Sarcasm profanity. Ugh. I prefer to be the one doing the tearing. That's alright with you? What is this? This is like Xenos' golf cart. Sarcasm. Once again, I think back to what happened that day. No, I can't. It's almost 90 seconds, Delphine. Ready to pull back. Roger, Bentley's down. I'll fill the gap in the minefield. Mines are too precious to just leave out there. You have fire support from the 3rd floor. The underground passage that connects the City Hall's basement to the bridge has been cleared. Now the wounded have some space. Took a nick, Morgan. Are you okay? Good enough to hold a knife, but I can coordinate things in the back. What about your side, Hannah? You're asking the expert of destruction. We'll smash a hole in the ceilings without any extra equipment. We have wooden ladders set up so that we can move quickly between the floors. Good, we can't have another situation like yesterday when we couldn't get to Dagda in time. Fill the gap in the minefield. Bentley's still breathing, so I'm taking him into the basement for treatment. Is Dagda awake? Awake, but she can't be moved yet. She's been trying too hard. I'll do my best to take care of her. Is there any news from the Sarcast camp? They may be planning something else after the assault on the building failed. Take care for her. Can you find any more mines to expand the minefield? Hello, Misery. I'm afraid not. Our Sarcast friend's mercenary band isn't so easy to find. To count on my witchcraft signal disrupt. Something's disrupting the signal. It's Del Run. I hear a long howl in the distance. A strong sense of unease suddenly comes over me. The air has become filled with malice. Who this? Oh, it's this. Don't go to the light. He went to the light. Delphine? Oh, that's a hole. You're finally up. My head hurts. You didn't pull out in time while rescuing the wounded yesterday and got caught by the blast of them test firing the war altar. Yesterday? War altar? Where's Ben? Huh. Looks like we both missed a lot. My back still hurts. Morgan sucks at stitching. Oh, Ben's alive. Oh god, Morgan stitched. Who brought me back? Anna. Saw that you were still outside and jumped out from the third floor to drag you back in. She just woke up herself. She's gone off to support Vina. These are the wounded? I walk through the underground passage, now filled with wounded personnel. Dozens of eyes turn towards me. Many of them still have dried blood upon them. It's pretty bad. We need to hurry. Mines are pulling their weight. Two of the war altars have had their undercarriages disabled. The rest have stopped. They've stopped their advance. You can bombard the position you marked at any time. Careful, the war altars are still charging. They haven't abandoned the assault yet. Alright, listen up, you Berks. The next round of bombardment is about to begin. Anyone still on the first and second floors, get your arses up the third floor. That thing can only shoot so high. I believe that its witchcraft core is powered by its operator, the altar itself acting only as a medium. So it will blow itself up if its witchcraft core is destroyed when fully charged? In theory. I've never seen it in action personally. Can't guarantee. That's good enough. I'll go up to the roof to look for an opportunity. The only way to approach the core is from above. Can you distract the operator for a little while when the altar is activated? Every second helps. Will do. Vina. Stand at the staircase to the second floor, dumbfounded. Takes me some time to realize that the pile of rubble without the left side wall is the city hall that we've been defending for the better part of a week. Carnage on the plaza is in plain view, without the need for windows or portals. Amidst the ruins, the red crystals on the war altars shine an eerie red in the rays of dawn, a metal skeleton reflecting an ominous light. It seems to whisper, gaze upon blood, gaze upon decay, gaze upon death. This is what Mother had done for so long. And this is the first time I've thought of her in days. Okay, what do they want so badly here? I mean, I'm pretty sure they have enough of those altar crystal things. Welcome back, Delphine Dagda. Sarkas have deployed these weapons en masse? I don't think so. I believe it was deployed by the military commission in Victoria. The design's still very rough around the edges. Delphine, you look reasonably well for someone who just woke up from being knocked unconscious. Morgan has been taking care of you two with one hand. Hannah. Thanks, Morgan and Hannah. Sorry about the trouble. It was a piece of cake. Alright, everybody listen. I want rid of those altars, and for that I need help. I need bait. Someone to stay here and keep those things fired. Sounds like a job for me. I can do it too. This is no time to be acting tough. I know better than anyone else here how terrifying those things are. If your hand's still injured, Morgan, I'll be the one to work with Hannah. I need someone else on standby to take over the attack if I don't succeed. Misery can only buy so much time for us. I'll do it. What about me, Vina? Morgan, keep an eye on everyone. Wah, wah. Vina's plan is a simple one. Wait for the altars to fire, smash the core, cause a chain reaction. All we need is an opportunity, and the opportunity has come. We've taken aim. The malice is sickening. I mean, this is all theory. We can fire at any time. Not exactly a great feeling to be in that thing's crosshairs. Misery, whenever you're ready, do it. More CGs, please. Smiley face. Red. Color on the deck flashes back before my eyes. The demonic eye in the altar peers at me. It is averted by a silver arc. The dagger rips open the necks of a file of Sarkast artillerymen, leaping back joyfully into Misery's hand. Their hands slow for a moment as they reach for the core, continuing their movements from before they died under the pull of inertia. The hammer falls from the sky, impacting lightly with a red wave. Nope, there goes the core. Bang. Vina is knocked back into the building like a comet. Well, never mind. No, Vina. Half a second. Altar activated faster than anyone expected. The hammer embeds itself in the broken wall. I can't see anything in the dust and smoke. Watch out, they've replaced the artillerymen and are preparing to fire again. The hammer is gone by the time I wipe the gravel from my eyes. The bonking sound. Figure climbs the outer wall swiftly, the hammer pulling her up like a pickaxe, the building trembling under every blow. Dagda. Dagda grabs the hand that stretches out from within the line. Brick and stone crack and break under Vina's heel. She leaps to the sky. The red wave has begun to build. Everyone, take cover. Get down, Morgan. I look up into the storm. She walks upon the rays of dawn, her golden hair burning. She raises her hammer high and becomes one with the sun. The wave is torn apart, rampant power streaking towards the core. YOLO, that's a YOLO. I lose my voice. All that remains is the light that stabs at my eyes. Vina. The altars are still exploding, look out. She's fainted. Damn, the metal shards got into her chest. Someone help me out. Bring her back. Don't let her reach them dust into the wounds. The Sarkas are retreating. Hannah, look over there. Battleships? Reinforcements? Really? That's the standard of Duke Gododin. It's over. It's over. We bloody made it. We did. Ben, look. We're saved. Ben? Ben. Those damnable devils are trying to run after them. What the hell is chasing? I should add another entry to the Scout's journal. We survived. In memory of 7 fallen heroes. Abigail of Norport, civilian. Alexandra of Shetley, civilian. Henderson of Octary, soldier. Bentley, Ben died. Lynn Cardine, soldier. Unidentified body. Unidentified illegible. Well. Gododin. I can remember.
I want everyone to get home safe.
And where they are. Maybe.
相手のターゲットは誰かな
Okay, what we have here. Turns into Blood Amber when defeated.
問題ないよ
God's name is the Blood Amber. Oh god. Oh goodness.
Actuals must
I used
join
to
a
block
battle
this.
before penning a decent verse.
Probably.
Including that sister of mine. This
Fear not! Here I come!
Now, hearken to the song
Heel
of
break.
the distant sea.
Oh wow.
Knights left,
Cards.
retract, and leave.
Harvesting.
僕は別に信徒じゃないよ
Good time.
At your command, unsteady posture, wavering intent, much to learn yet. At unsteady posture,
Oh.
wavering intent, much to learn
Oh, it
yet.
slowly loses,
Unsteady posture, wavering intent, much to learn yet.
Volcanics of purity of shadow.
What's wrong to the bottom yet?
To our
I
eternal
need more ground
home
units.
we
It's
will
not
return.
one and done. Oh, this guy. Okay, we should be fine bottom.
One should strike, and sunder
Alright.
the tides cleft.
Should be
Unsteady
done.
posture, wavering intent, much to learn yet.
Not one step
classic.
forwards.
Just like the old days? No.
The trunks.
After
Oh.
all this time, you still tend to war for solutions.
That can slip, right?
Unsteady posture, wavering intent, much to learn yet.
What you cowards bring to the
Hurt your eyes.
The way they teleport is so random.
Strike, and sunder the tides cleft. Retreat.
LP's Barrett. A classic. Unfortunately nerfed. No one can be told what the battlefield is. You have to see it for yourself. My friends and I spent a lot of time in Norport's video shop watching old movies, many of them war movies. They were story of heroes, but also stories of terror depicted by directors with a sadistic streak. I remember that the four of us had nightmares that night. Even now, I seem to be drifting in a dream. We took on a few soldiers who were still breathing when we passed through that valley. Oh, and the survivors had caught up to the column. They're all infected, as they should be, after spending a night in a corpse-filled crater. You did disinfect properly, didn't you? You'd have gotten active originum dust on you. Where are we, Hannah? I'm a little... Don't worry. I have experience with large-scale active originum zones from my time in County Hillock. We undertook the cleanup according to SOP. The soldiers were conscripts under the Duke of Ashworth. They said that their company simply pulled out after the battle, without rescuing the wounded or cleaning up the battlefield. Horn? Is Hannah angry at me because I acted on my own? Why is she ignoring me? He said he had a friend who had been crying for help by a shallow puddle all night, who had turned himself over because his legs were injured. He had drowned by the time we found him. The puddle was ankle deep. He would have survived if someone had just flipped him over. I examined the area. Looks like they marched into a royal court trap. Some sarcastic mercenaries must have sacrificed themselves by acting as bait. There's something on my chest? I can't breathe. Morgan? Morgan? I feel something hot rolling in my chest. Roiling. But how could they have gone down without a fight? That's not surprising. Other than the strongest dukes, professional soldiers make up only a quarter of the armies of the other ducal armies at best. Most Victorian soldiers are conscripted, sent into battle only after a few months of basic training or how to use a crossbow or arts units. Well then, frankly, if not for this war, the officers and soldiers may never have spoken to each other their entire lives. Vina wouldn't like to hear it. I hate this. How can you trust your back to someone whom you don't trust? Why does nobody hear me? I see, it's gonna be one of those. I feel the taste of iron in my mouth. Something boiling, rushing up my throat. Mother never answered my questions. She said I would find the answers someday. Ah. I mean, something got lodged in your chest, buddy. Take it easy, Morgan. My neck. I can't breathe. Sorry, got excited. I'd been conscious for 2 days. Who else is gonna get unconscious for a few days here? You were running a fever. But least the wound on your chest was healing well, otherwise we would have been even more worried. Where are we? We aren't in Shelly anymore, are we? They are silent. What happened? Ahem. Maybe I should explain. We pulled out 2 days ago. We're back to our original encampment. At Horn's advice, we pulled out as quickly as possible before the Duke of Godadin's fleet enters Shelly, avoiding direct contact with the reinforcements. Horn. You have a lot of complicated circumstances. It's going to cause a lot of complications if we establish official communications with the Duke's troops. I've talked about this with Misery, and the others support what we're doing. While we still have troops formally under the command of Duke Windermere, their military ID has expired, and there's a high risk of friendly fire. Well, not so much expired as no longer recognized. No need to mince words about the nobles' dirty deeds. It's the same deal as gangs fighting for territory. Pretty much. Indra's right. Since when did the war become like this? Could give help to where we can see, but what about the places beyond? What's the situation? Some have chosen to join Duke Godadin's forces and continue the fight. Godadin's officers didn't even say anything about the infected. The majority have chosen to stay with us, however. They trust us, or should I say, they trust you. We won. Morale is really high right now. We're even joking about the old conflicts now. We did it. Your plan worked. We made it. It's very possible that no one will ever know the sacrifices we made. It's just one small victory in a greater war. I look at Delphine's tired face. A great burden has weighed upon her heart ever since she was left behind by the battleships. But now I see a rare smile on her face. But we saved Shedley, Vina? Yes, we did. My brain tells me that I should be relieved or happy, but I can't do it. I'm afraid to know how many stayed behind in that building, never to leave it. Everything that happened there seems like a dream. Is this what victory feels like? It's so weighty. Would things have gotten so bad if everyone was fully committed to fighting for Victoria from the very beginning? No. No, they all firmly believe that they are fighting for Victoria. It's the other way around. Things have already spiraled out of control, therefore we're fighting for ourselves now. Siege. One of the survivors from Shenley has brought us a surprise. His family collected Gaulish artifacts. His father once picked up a little Victorian object from Lyon's former route. It wasn't anything valuable, so it has been sitting in a warehouse for a long time. He gave it to us before we left as a gift of gratitude, and Horn recognized it immediately. Here. This is an IFF beacon used in IFVs. It emits a signal that allows Victorian armies to identify the bearer's affiliation. Contains a military identification code. Yes, this black box belonged to the Victorian Army. I'm familiar with the symbol on it. I thought that the unit that it once belonged to no longer exists, lost in the ruins of gold. The Exemplars. A unit of legend, predecessor to Tempest Platoon. This thing took a long journey back to Victoria. Back to us. The Exemplars. Present dukes may not recognize this ancient unit. At best, it might prevent direct artillery strikes. But the more important thing is, the mission of the unit was inscribed inside the box. The Exemplars. We make miracles. Consider it a gift from fate. Whoa, that sounded super high-techy. What's this? The beacon that Lieutenant Shearer left us has picked up a signal. Here? Lady Delphine, there has been a change of circumstances at Ironclad Galavay. We are approaching your position now, ETA in 1 hour. Be prepared for unhappy news and a guest who insists on seeing you. What are we talking about here? Your wounds. What a shoddy work of first aid. It may look like the wounds have closed, but the inflammation wasn't effectively treated, which explains the fever. With serious wounds like these, it's important that they're treated by a doctor and all vital signs monitored, reducing the chance of lingering after effects. You're fortunate that it was a piece of metal, not originum crystal. When you're dealing with Sarkaz witchcraft devices, even the slightest touch could be infectious. Even if it wasn't directly caused by originum, there was a high risk of infection given the circumstances. It's incredible that your blood originum levels still remain at normal. You really should thank your lucky stars. Well, it was a chaotic situation, Lieutenant. At least I'm alive. It pays to have a strong constitution. Fine. Lady Delphine explained what happened. It was a battle worthy of study in the war colleges. Given the difference in strength between the two sides, most of the people on your side weren't even regulars. Oh? Should I be sad that no one will remember what we did? You're wrong on that, Siege. I'll remember. The soldiers outside will remember. The survivors who shed lay will remember. Most legends are not born from official records. I didn't know you were the type to say things like that. Ahem. Well, I've wrapped your wounds again. Don't try to blow me off with excuses like strong constitution. So, I'm going to be keeping a close eye on your condition. I'm the doctor in this room. I'll be checking on your friends too, and the injured soldiers and civilians. Thanks, Lieutenant. Also, I suggest you check on that guest. I'm not sure if Lady Delphine is ready to handle her on her own. I sincerely apologize for my behavior before and my misplaced assessment about you. There is one thing on which I won't budge, however. You're too impulsive and emotional. You shouldn't be trying to solve every problem on your own. Turn around once in a while and you'll find plenty of people ready to help. That's a foreshadow. Sad face immediately. The hell is this noble? Exhausted Viscount. Glug glug. Ooh. Take it easy, Aunt Manning. The sarcasms were everywhere on my way here. I thought I was going to die. Thank goodness that Lieutenant Shearer was tracking Ironclave Galloway, which was how he got there in time to save my life. He's a decent man, but lacks flexibility. Those men would never allow him to board the ship. You said he escaped Ironclad Galloway? What's happening there? It makes me angry just thinking about it. Those damned officers charged into the central hub of the fortress and pointed their swords at me. Marquis von Terre must be behind this. I found an opportunity to change into inconspicuous clothes and escape. The fortress elevator almost ripped my dress. Sounds like you really were lucky. I thought I was just coming along with your mother to see how things were going on the front lines, and to take you home. What's the worst that could happen? Safe inside a nomadic fortress? Who would have thought? The old Dukes of Windermere would be proud of Mother. You're right. But you're the Duke of Windermere now, Delphine. Auntie, you're hurting me. What's that look on your face? The general staff were eager to go back because they believe the Duke's death was caused by a Lithanian plot. You want to laugh, don't you? But they have evidence. Lithanian... Tanyan might not be in league with the Sarkas, but they undoubtedly caused the situation. What? Lithanian? The staff are cautious about accusing Lithanian nobles directly, but they have set their sights on the rebellions going on the provinces. No one wants to come all this way to fight the Sarkas, only to return and find the domain they have defended for centuries has fallen under Lithanian control. You're her daughter, Delphine. Your duty will come soon. Now let me rest, then we'll leave this place. Leave? To where? You should not be with these peasants. It's your words. Don't call them peasants. Alright, Delphine, listen. If you really care about them, really think that they're heroes, a part of Victoria, think of how many people like them are there in your mother's domain. If you really want to protect these people, take my advice and seek aid from the Duke of Castor to return to your domain and take charge. Perhaps you will have to become a Castor vassal, but you'll be able to fulfill your duty. What are you balking at? You fall in love with them just because they fought alongside you? Stop loving your own subjects? Accept it, Delphine. You and your mother have suffered enough. Accept Duke Castor's proposal, and at least Windermere will be spared devastation. Why do you hesitate? Really want to be a vagabond forever, leaving your family, your bloodline, and your duty behind? I understand. I'm mother's daughter. You're right. I have a responsibility, not just to my friends, but to the subjects of Windermere as well. But why did the sword guards leave me behind when I still had such a duty? This was a duty glorious beyond all doubt. Why did you come to me in such a condition? You're right. If Windermere has fallen under the cloud of conspiracy, then I feel both the obligation and desire to do something about it. But I, we're with you, Delphine. Say what you want to say. Sorry, I can't hold back anymore. You know what we just went through, madame? And you are. I'm not going with you. You have a duty. I'm my mother's daughter, comrade to these warriors, and nothing else. Even if I once was, I don't believe it anymore. I stood here for them so that their lives would no longer be the playthings of people like you, and I'm not going anywhere until I've bled my last. Leave. I hope the sarcasm don't take you. Cheeky freaking comet. The Viscount's face is a spectacle of color. Delphine gives her no further chance to speak. She leaves with her head bowed in the direction of Lieutenant Shearer. Delphine's expression is calmer than I thought it would be. What she said, what she went through, made me think of an old friend. Delphine did not make the same mistake. Tragedy will not strike again. But what was the price? Made me think of an old friend once again. Death of a loved one. Swift betrayal. Apparently, I was rather concerned how Delphine would react to these things. Delphine smiles at me. It seems she has settled down. I'm fine. Let's go. There it is. Same thing cannot happen again. Okay, so there was a lot of foreshadowing for that then. Head west once you leave the camp. If you're lucky enough, you should be able to reach the kind Duke of Castor. Do you think you can survive without the Duke's protection? We can and we will. Alright, I'm going to Duke Castor. I'll take a leisurely pace. This is your last chance. Come with me and we'll all live. I won't stop you. But the work of Delphine and her mother. No, I'm not the one who's wrong. You're naive, stupid, foolishly believing that you're right. So be it. I see her off on a vehicle not meant for rough terrain, leaving under the cover of darkness with a small escort. I turn around to look at our group. Hundreds, thousands of eyes converge upon a single spot. Some are soldiers laughing with each other. Others are civilians celebrating. Camp falls silent. They are waiting for an answer. Mine. You heard her. It was undoubtedly an attractive proposal for many people. We survived the worst of times together, Bina. But what now? What happens when the morale and spirit that burns so brightly now is worn away by hardship and suffering? Who will tell them where to go? I do not answer. Not yet. Music stop? He's here. A creature with golden mane walks amongst the crowd. Is that Gawain? I wanted to see the answer in his eyes, hear a word of advice in these fleeting moments. But he gives no answers. All he does is look at me, waiting for me to find the answer. Yes, perhaps he is not even there. Rising up time? Lend me your ears. If any among you still have faith in the proud dukes that are the faces of our Victoria, you should go with that woman now. No one will fault your decision. Crowd rustles, but no one leaves. None among you? Is it not our Is this new? What's this? Let me hear it a bit. Seems new. Is it not our instinct to seek protection from the powerful? It's nothing to be ashamed of. I would very much like to. Oh, how I wish that this sorry sword I carry had the power to protect my friends, such that none among them would die. Oh no, it's sacrificed. She would very much like to. How many times has she cried when no one was watching, wishing that someone could have saved her mother's life? You would very much like to. Don't look away. I know you would. The Sarkas wouldn't have butchered your brother so badly you couldn't even identify his corpse. The troops that were supposed to escort you didn't flee, but none among you have left. You know that those nobles don't care about you in the slightest. But do you really need to seek the strength and protection of another? It's always been like that for us. We keep worshipping people and things that never really gave us anything, become their willing slaves. Massacre, infection, besiegement. We survived all that on our own strength. We all want to go home. We all want this rotten war to end, but we can't win by hiding. Fastest way is to give those warmongering bastards hiding in Londinium the old 1-2 in the face. If the Dukes won't do it, we will. No one will take us home, we'll walk home ourselves. A gift fell into our laps, a unit ID that the Dukes left behind in gold. It was called the Exemplars. They were elites, the will of the nation, with a long list of accolades. But now, they are nothing more than this tiny little box in my hands. It has no special powers, but we can take it back to Londinium. Punch those warmongering bastards in the face. Throw this in the faces of the Dukes and tell them, this bloody land is our land. Time to rise up, folks. I want to go home, to the gym where my friends were. They want to go home, to the lives they once had. We cannot rely on others anymore. We cannot expect justice to be served on its own. I smash my hammer into the earth. Shaker, with all the strength I can muster. I do not know why I did it. All I know is that I can no longer hold back my anger. Feelings. Bam! Hammer silences all other sounds. The Exemplars. It's the Glasgow gang that first breaks the silence. The Exemplars. Then they are joined by Delphi. The Exemplars. Till everyone joins in. The Exemplars. The Exemplars. The Exemplars. They get a little ragtag group. Hello. Say, I had a strange dream. I dreamt that a golden beast was taking a walk through our camp. Are they beast lords? Also, this music. I cannot tell. Good omen, perhaps. Let's hope it all goes smoothly. Wonder if the SSC arrived at Brentwood before us. We'll have even more hands once we join up with them. Yes, Clovis's still MIA. Who would have thought a few days ago that we would have our own army? Kind of like the name the Exemplars. Are you sure about this though, Vina? Are we bringing all of them back to Londinium? Very few of them are ready to fight the royal court head on. Perhaps there will be more sacrifices along the way. I mean, yeah. I'll protect them. Or maybe there will come a day when they don't need anyone's protection anymore. Just like you
Might
said,
be kind
they'll
of weird
protect
to say at
themselves.
this point, Doctor, but nailing down a tough mission on nothing but trust for others? That's pretty damn neat.
That is damn neat indeed. Oh, hello. Led the pursuit. Blood calling altar. Okay, I've seen some of these. The Uncanny altar is in operation. Destroy it. Bomb loading point. Pay a DP cost to activate it. Deploying an anti-witchcraft repositionable bomb. Oh boy. Vermeil and gravel. First, it's in ruins. Jesus, that looks like Gaza. How absurd it is that we're chasing illusions on this battlefield full of bones, blood, smoke, and mud. The illusions are our only clue. Like the Lich said, the drifting fragments of history are the tracks it left behind. Passed through many ruins, some long forgotten, some never remembered to begin with. Soon these sites will be gone too. Many times we barely arrive in time to grasp the last traces. We found 17 vampire war art circles. There are maybe dozens more, maybe even hundreds more of them on this battlefield. They all appear within the past week. A scary level of efficiency. We found troop tracks on 2 of them. The marks indicate that the troops were only on maintenance or patrol missions. I doubt there's much point to destroying the art circles. We could easily replace them with new ones. It's only that much more important to take control of that thing, whatever it is. Hey, we're here again. This place is completely ruined. Just like the Rhodes Islanders said, it's another secret network of routes lead into the city. Through these hubs, Theresis has shipped huge amounts of steel crystal units and witchcraft devices into Londinium, enough to repair the shard and complete that airship. But how did these materials reach Londinium? Even the dumbest dukes wouldn't let large shipments of material outside their control to travel freely around Victoria. It's probably that they, like the Naxxter King's Legion, appeared out of thin air around the hubs. The so-called Sarkas supply line we've been looking for may be the last and least important step of the transport process. How did they do it? Not only that, if Theresis has had access methods like this, why isn't he using them directly in battle? Teleporting armies behind enemy lines or plopping original bombs right on top of ducal flagships. Either there are limitations to the method or it's actually really fragile. The Lich called it an art beyond the realm of original arts, but I just couldn't picture it. W over there. It's a big whale. Huh? No sign of battle. It's completely collapsed. W has looked detached ever since that encounter a few days ago. I saw her gaze absent-mindedly into the fire while on night. I can't help her. She'll get through this on her own. Let's go. There's nothing to see here. I look at the map in my hand. Scattered dots mark the location of the vampire art circles. I added a few, including the logistics hub just now, and the Naxxter King's Legion camp. Something had been placed there using the same methods. There must be something linking them. Scan the names on the maps: hills, valleys, small patches of forest, and a few small ponds. Some sort of commonality? Shared geographical traits? My eyes fall upon the name of a town, Brentwood. Oh, hello. Ines, you said that Rhodes Islands analyzed the intel of the Defense Forces command tower, where they had set their sights near a town by the name of Brentwood. I draw a circle around Brentwood's location. Closure came up with the analysis. She stole the records of all cargo movements since Theresis entered the city in 1094, created an overlapping route. All the towns around Londinium were covered in these cargo movements on the map. It's Victoria's capital after all. All the steak and wine the citizens enjoyed before the war did grow on the shelves. I hope they did. But the area around Brentwood is strangely empty. Only a few scattered entries around 1094 and 1095. It's pretty weird. Like there's a forgotten town right here in the middle of Victoria. The Rhodes Islanders think Brentwood might be the starting point of the Sarkas Underground Railroad, or the hub of a hidden network, implementing some sort of secret embargo. We just proved the existence of these logistics hubs. But we also learned that Theresis has a pair of, well, invisible hands, which lets him put things anywhere he wants. We may need to reassess the significance of Brentwood. No. The closer we get, the more vampire art circles we see. Meanwhile, if we draw a line from the furthest point to Brentwood, we see that they're about equidistant. That might be the logistical limit. Guessing. I know Brentwood. You couldn't hide anything in that poor ass town. There were barely any Sarkas vagrants when I visited a few months ago. Maybe the caravans just don't pass through because there's nothing interesting there. W disinterestedly throws a rock over. She's in a bad mood, alright. She would normally have thrown a grenade pin. Rock rolls in the map and falls right where I'm looking. I'm about to move it out away. There's a patch of hills not far behind Brentwood. The rock fell right in the middle of the icons representing hills. Let's go. Not like we have anything better leads. Maybe coincidence has something in mind. Let's start there. Oh, it's this. I see. I mean, they've used this location also a bit. The hills are dark and eerie. Victorian history book wrote that the study of history is like walking into a cave, feeling the grains on the walls. Working blindly in the dark, all you can do is try to piece together the puzzle, where we came from by feeling around in the darkness. This land is not friendly to history. Original veins assimilate any organic tissue around them, even bones. All that archaeologists had to work with are originum-infested ruins. All they could do is mull over metal shards. We are different. We are Sarkas. We have many ways to look back. Legends say that the Revenants, the furnace of Kazdel, whisper the achievements of a certain king of Sarkas, or the sad ending of another. When I was little, I used to wait by the furnace that never went out, hoping to capture a single echo from the past. But all I ever heard was silence. You might actually be right. There's something unusual about the shadows here. There seems to be a pattern in the chaos. It's like the ripples created by a sailing ship overlapping and interfering with one another until nothing is left but entropy. Not so much sailing as drifting. Drifting. I once heard a story from an old Diablo. His word came up in his broken whispers. What story? The story of disaster. Let's hope we don't run into the stuff of those stories. Let's hope we still have some good luck left in the bank. Well, I guess we're gonna run into that. It's a whale. A merc who thinks he's lucky and is a dead. Is why we need you to stay behind, W. We're not here to fight. We need to figure out what we're facing. If things go south and we need to pull out, don't worry, I won't leave the way open for you. I'll set up the explosives and wait until you're almost at the exit. Vampires and knocks that are hot on your tail, maybe Theresis himself, just as you are about to see the light, kaboo! You'll become the tragic hero right after your favorite stories, Hodor. Can't handle Theresa on your own, W. Ines. I'll actually bury you, you know. You do you. You really will blow the hills apart, though. We both know she's crazy. No need to provoke her with Theresa's name. Just pathetic. The act that she's putting on. I'd rather she knew what she wanted. You've been in the city for so long. If she wanted to know the truth, she could have just asked you. Did she ever ask if that Theresa was real? Never asked me either. She's never grown up. She could do one of two things. Grovel at that Theresa's feet and beg for forgiveness, or plan to kill her. What is this that she's doing? Trying to prove that she's all great and powerful? Or is she trying to convince herself that nothing ever happened, and all she needs to do is kill people and plant mines like she always has, and it'll all pass? It would have been fine if she could actually stop thinking about it, but right now, she's like a little girl standing on the ice. Takes a few steps forward and a few steps back, looking around at the same place, sinking into pointless sentimentality. I have no idea. Give me a break, you just don't want the extra trouble. I didn't know you cared so much about me. I care about me. I don't want to die because of her. In all seriousness, Ines, have you ever thought about going back to Castle? What? Am I in the way of your great plan? No. It just occurred to me that W and I have a reason to stay in this war. But what about you? I got my reason to. Here we are. Yep, it's Wayland time. I did see this trailer and it's amazing. We're inside the hill. They hollowed out the whole thing? Well, that's going to make things easier for W's demolition plan. Look at the size of these tracks and the loading mechanism. That's a big guy. Get into the shadows. When's the next shift? Close? It's always on time. You done made a report to the boss. I would rather be outside killing Victorians. You're not a warrior. Sarkas war. Hey, I don't need you to tell me. It's just that this place is so oppressive. Interesting choice of word. I see those illusions every day. The things you don't know whether they're real or not. It's like a maelstrom that keeps spitting out trash from another dimension. That is one hell of a phrase. Good thing Ursula is a decent woman who doesn't pick on us for no reason or abuse her authority. She the youngest mayor. She the youngest major ever, according to military commission ranks. She's not a member of the royal court. She won't go far. Lady Theresa and the regent aren't blue blood devils either. Screw the royal court. Tesla wasn't won by those old fossils huddling around in a circle. But they're the strongest. That's because it's almost time. Go to the machine and prepare to load. Are we finally going to see the CG? Soon, brothers. You hear the name they said? Ursula. Could it be? It's not necessarily the one we're thinking of. Sarkas names are often code names that are taken from legends. Hold up. Ursula the Time Stealer? Ursula of the Lock and Key. That's Mustima's thing. Because it's also time. It's a Sarkas legend about the Ferron mood. Yep. I know this thing is a Ferron mood. Anyone could have drawn from it. Wait. Ursula the Time Stealer? What's the origin of your name, Hodor? Don't have one. Ha. Ding dong. Bells. Wait, over there. What's that? What was that? The hills are trembling. Is it time for the boy Fahrenmut? No, space itself is trembling. Here we go. Well, that's one hell of a cargo ship they made. Freaking Amazon delivery in between dimensions or something. Why does it work using nerves and neurons and stuff? Sure if the face is like mechanical by nature, because that is the thing in the home screen. It's also in Rhodes. It's the thing they showed in Arknights and IS-1, I believe. For an instant, I see visions beyond reckoning. Bloated emperors crumbling in holes of gold. Ancient bloodborne cutting open their wrists to feed the newborn. Diabolic flames burning amber. Demons with deer horns prowl beneath great bronze walls, offering battered willow. Okay, wait. Okay, this one's Diablo. This one's Wendigo. Bloated Emperors. It's either Naxxarer or Sanguinarch. The one knot falls from nothingness, splitting into countless threads. Okay, this one is a... what do you call that? Lich? Red-skinned monster cuts off its own horn, impaling its own chest with it. Red skin, I'm not sure. Broken shards became whole again. I see a faraway city. Calm, peaceful, not yet wheeled, not yet drowned in hatred. Its beauty is absurd and out of place, even in a dream. For no reason at all, I am convinced that it was Kazdel, a home that has long ceased to exist from somewhere in history. I want to go there, go into there. I want to see what kind of life we once led. I left my foot, but put it down in the same place again. I watch it quietly, until all is silent. Until... These seem mechanical, but these seem like more biological. A pathetic creature that is not, but bleached bones moves slowly. Nerve strands reach out and grab the massive containers. Yep. It still roams this place. It is not dead yet. This is the cargo ship? So big. How did Theresis? It's really Ursula the Time Stealer. What a coincidence, right? The legend of Ursula tells of Kazdel being attacked by a Ferranmut that could slow the time of all things and peer into the past through the fog. Okay, so that's what's happening with the vampire altars. Through so many paths, the hero Ursula journeyed, rescuing their kin lost in the mirage of time. Who knew that I, who took the name by happenstance, would one day witness the legend with my own eyes? So you're not really Ursula, but you basically have the same name. You really ground those horns into shape, Ines. Oh, history? You could almost pass for a true blue sarcasm. Ursula. Are you really going to betray General Manfred Hodder? I knew you wouldn't kill Ines when I first heard the rumors, but the confidential nature of my work precluded a personal visit to Londinium to see you. Aren't you supposed to be the handpicked successor to the Scar Market? Sounds like you're already the bone driver here. Is playing a hero of legend worth such loyalty and commitment? Ancient things are not so appealing anymore. Then what the hell is this? I'm pretty sure that's a Ferranmut. Only one stuck in the past would continue to use the name. You could give yourself a new name. How would old friends who came a long way to visit be able to find me then? Here for a drink? Didn't used to be a drinker. Used to, huh? Okay, let's see here. A drink. Sword thing? A pocket watch. Yeah, that's basically it. You didn't used to swing your sword at me either, Ines. Well, well, well. And that's just a tutorial. Jeez.
Battlefield. Different day.
Hello. Okay, I kinda remember. It's like the payload goes here and then kaboom goes this guy. Yep.
Seize the moment.
100 HP per second. Why? Yeah, those vampire altered things came back to life. The blood calling altar is doing. The tactical witchcraft platform periodically recycles blood amber from dead vampire spawn to produce bloodborne. Bloodborne. Somebody said bloodborne. We have to use W's anti-witchcraft repositionable bomb to destroy the blood calling altar so we can banish the enemy for good. That was that hard. We can only maintain our lines for now.
You can't hide your
Chop them
fear.
down, boy. Bombs in position. Still need some manpower to fire up the bomb transport. Get it to automatically move towards the altar. You can speed it up by attacking the transport, but enemies can slow the transport's movement speed with their attacks too. The bomb will explode once it reaches the altar, destroying it. Once it's gone, the blood amber will vanish on its own. Try and see it for yourself.
Nothing can mask the scent
Get
of
'em.
despair.
Do this. We do true damage forever. Yep. Go, my altar.
Try to sink your corpse into shadow. No one will find it.
Hey, why are you stopping there? Don't you dare. Yonk. Sir?
Better watch your step.
Mission accomplished.
I don't know if I really want Holder. I can get the Arknights trio if I actually get it. You get stun, bind, and stun. True damage, I guess. The Blood Calling Altar. Follow Illusion's remnants and chase after their source. Yada yada yada. Increase deployment time. Yada yada yada. Sure. Oh, nothing. Okay. This was very front
Fear
loaded.
neither hardship
I've been
nor
streaming for
darkness.
almost 7 hours. And I've already reached this stage. God damn.
相手のターゲットは誰かな。これで分かったでしょ。
Gotta kill this quick, no?
Qui non è successo.
Oh my god, it's tank.
Assumo le
Show
posizioni
me these
designate.
pure damage.
I shall lead the
Yes.
assault. Yes, I am fully ready.
Oh, it goes back to the thing. I see. Chungus, go.
Look at this spectacular sight.
Now, hearken to the song of the distant.
I should have made him face left. I'm a moron.
All for solutions. Action 1,000 moves in one breath.
Oh, look at that. The alive one
もういや
stays.
悪いね。僕は別に信徒じゃないよ。
Typhon S3 would be great then, because it's gonna follow. Oh, I see. There is a technique to this. Okay.
One unsteady posture, wavering intent, much to learn yet.
Do it, buddy.
Standing by.
1,000 moves in one breath.
I mean, this is great for offensive recovery, people. Not killing
What
that.
you come, let's break the silence first.
Just like the old days.
After all this time, you still tend to war for solutions.
Hey,
My kin,
can't do that.
the time is nigh.
Nar, if you can, please.
Relax, volcano. You're just
So the
here
stage
to
can
collect
technically
three precious
become
samples.
infinite. Because, yeah,
Please
you're
don't
gonna
get
keep
mad.
going back there if I don't do anything. Here it goes. Go! The payload. It's coming in.
Not one step backwards.
Questo
Lì.
ti farà tacere.
Ooh.
Più fai veloce, meno
That is
danno.
ass. Ah, I can keep producing them. Interesting.
Strike and sunder the tides cleft. We attract.
The Chungus
Leave no peace bereft.
do pretty damn good damage. No after as well. Alright. Maybe it's not as long as I thought, because god damn, this front very loaded. An unplanned meeting, an unexpected reunion, though none of us resemble who we once were. 12 tiles on the battle. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay, so it's not high ground, hopefully. Oh god. Hey, this is a sure win.
We need them more than extra hands.
Poison attacks are great for the payload, but I don't think it's that good against enemies itself. The Chungus. Actually, let me see the stats on the enemies. Their defense weak. Their defense weak. S. Oh, this thing is very weak resistance. Yeah, I see. But it's so hard to get it with Maho. Who's good for that? Ifrit's good. I need the lingering effect. It's pretty much only Ifrit here, I think. One I can immediately think of. I don't know if Passenger's third skill works. Lane can be okay, because we put her in a dangerous situation. I do need double Vanguard again. Ines. Does Ines slow down the crystal? If it does, she's kinda bad. Oh shoot! I'm dumb. Good thing. It's the event that doesn't kill my sanity.
Speaking of which,
hopefully they don't make an event anymore and just make it default. Let's make this default, man. Especially for challenge stages. Losing 10 sanity sucks absolute ass. Up. Nothing again. Let's go. Oh, it's only that. Okay. Should be easy, I guess.
Treat me not as a calamity, for death is not my wish.
That is not my way. Okay. Look, Mr. Chungus. In here.
Many intellectuals must join a battle before penning a decent verse, including that sister of mine.
Rest at ease. The tide also rises.
One, after all this time, you still tend to war for solutions. One, after all this time, you still tend to war for solutions. Strike and sunder the tide's theft.
Yes, you can.
Don't worry about me, Professor. I've killed a lot more before benevolence shall sink.
1,000 moves in one breath.
I need a normal. Ok.
Tu vai pure. Io posso ancora farne fuori qualcuno.
squad combat? I'm very familiar with that.
Here, blue poison is actually better. Because if poison also works on those things, then very good. For BP thorns.
それじゃあ出発しようか。みんな、僕のルートに沿って行動してね。
Maybe I should put Chungus here.
All right, guys, let's make some noise.
ここに立つのは 私の使命、子供たちの悲鳴が聞こえる。
Many intellectuals must join a battle.
Forward! Now, hearken to the song of the distant sea.
One after all this time, you still tend to war for solutions.
なんで誰が戦場で旗を武器にするんだよ。
Sad. Ah, there you go.
Magma will dredge up Originium veins. 想像したことある。友も故郷も二度と戻らなくなることを。
Let me create a diversion.
Good timing.
That's after all this time.
Hey, what the?
You still tend to
I didn't
war
notice
for
you there.
solutions. 1,000 moves in one breath.
Stay calm. Communicate shadow.
なんで気が悪い。
May the sun seep into your souls.
Cater to a flower. So much more coming up there.
Not one step backwards.
Fear not! Here I come!
You like that? Yep, look at Typhon go there. Absolutely.
命令子供たちの悲鳴が聞こえる。
信号は安定。いつでも行けるよ。
After all this time, you still tend to war for
Punchy.
solutions. Strike and sunder the tides cleft. Retract. Leave no peace bereft.
Freeland Shoe. Hey, yeah, if you can like him. That's
Strike and sunder the
they can
tides cleft.
kill it, not just reduce. Okay.
No peace bereft.
Duly noted. They can actually kill this thing. Another one. Oh, this stage is gonna take a while. 32? Where are those guys coming from?
Unsteady posture, wavering intent, much to learn yet.
I know.
Good timing.
There's a delay.
14 pounds break the silence first.
Is there anyone else who's good with these
After all this
devices?
time, you still tend to war.
Ivan is really good because it tracks. Anyone with like BOT damage? Too much?
Stay calm and make your move. No need to worry.
Unsteady posture, wavering intent.
Okay, I guess my next
much
question
to
is gonna be
learn
like,
yet.
what happens if it goes there again? No, I didn't see. God dang it. Oh, there's a thing. Hello, Ursula. I mean, it just sounds like Ursula as well. Close up of Venus this time. Bumping into an old friend isn't necessarily a good thing for a sarcast. I may not be a sarcast, but I know to come prepared. When you're a kid, you're naive and stupid. A little camaraderie is enough to get you handling over your heartfelt trust. Even if the place where you built that camaraderie stinks as bad as Casdell. Eventually, at some point, you grow up. Maybe it's the first time you kill someone, maybe it's the first time you almost bleed out, or maybe it's the first time you crawled out from under a pile of corpses. You start learning how to live in the grown-up world. You can be ruthless, you use any means necessary. You can even throw your friends under the bus just to live on, and nobody will hold it against you. Then, that contrived plot comes around, and you bump into an old friend. Honestly, after all these years apart, even if you're old friends, do you really have that much to talk about? It's just, when you were young and stupid, you handed over that trust. You built a friendship. But when you're at that age, you have the unique opportunity to talk about friendship and Casdell without being laughed at. This somebody they were really close with? Ursula. We're done unloading. We're counting everything in at the warehouse. Same as before. Steel, pure gold, iridium, stuff like that. There hasn't been a personal transport in weeks. Sounds like most of the forces from the royal court and castle are already here. That makes things easier on us. Back when the royal court guys were floating around, they'd come down here and complain to us. Made all sorts of trouble. Stop. That's enough for now. Oh, sorry. Hey, Commander. I've been posted at the way station for 6 months now. According to the rotation schedule, it's about time for me to... I haven't received any new orders for you. But your performance speaks for itself. I could approve 3 days of leave for you. Oh, our Earl Ursula. But don't let it go to your head. Make sure to stay grounded. All your life in Casdell, you were a cobbler. Your greatest accomplishment is nailing souls together. What are you in the running for unless you're prepared to blow yourself up? Ursula, you're no fun. Get out of here, kid. Watch Ursula's profile, corners of her mouth curling up. Thinking back to then, she carries herself the same way at least. The young sarcastic cobbler approaches Hodor and slyly hands him a flask. Hey brother, hold on to this for me. Ursula can't go a day without the stuff. You're really something, man, walking around with this piece at your side and still. Shut your mouth, cobbler. What's sweeter than honey? What's toxic as nightshade? Like he hasn't even had his coming of age yet. Those years with Her Highness Teresa did a lot to see these kids grow up nice and sheltered. And now he's in a war out here by Londinium. Huh. Brother and sister joined hands to create the worst joke in history. If only it wasn't a joke. If you open that notebook, I'm setting it on fire. Hodor quietly tucks away his notebook. What a nerd. You two haven't changed. That's nice. It's been years since that operation. Me, Hodor, and W, the old W, got ourselves into trouble, killed some people we shouldn't have killed. It's not just the scar market. Showing your faces in Castle would be trouble for you. I see your names there a lot on the bounty lists. You're famous. I've never been a cheap date. Sure enough, Ines' investment paid off well. We were all so young. Getting old now? I'm a sarcast, you're a sheep. In theory, I'm gonna live longer than you, Ines. We're all infected, so this isn't about racial lifespans. Good point. I'll drink to you and wish myself good health. Remember you? I remember you used to say that if a sarcast wants to live long, she needs to keep a clear head before somebody else trades it for coin. Whoever wants it can take it. Victorian, sarcast, doesn't matter to me. He leans in close, sizing me up, then glances at Hodor. You've got wrinkles, Ines. I died 3 times and only got a few wrinkles to show for it. I should thank the myriad souls. You don't thank them, you're a sheep. As for Hodor, you're missing an eye. Wanna see the socket? It's all thanks to the fine Caprine woman right here. Lose an eye or lose your head, you had a choice. I guess Ines broke her heart when she made the move. Drop it. We're old friends getting together again. Can't we get back to a nice atmosphere of sentimental nostalgia? Talk about days gone by, muse on the passage of time. You could talk about how you became the youngest major in the military commission, the driver of this skeletal Farron, Commander Ursula. Yes, we should talk about that. Otherwise, we being who we are, we shouldn't be so warm and friendly. And we could also talk about you, these two sarcasts. One sarcast traitor and one sheep. Why are you popping up at the secret military commission site? I know you were detained by General Manfred Hoderer, and you and Ines, who disrupted our operations together with an obnoxious little girl planting bombs all around, stole into my territory in broad daylight. As an officer of the military commission, I can't very well let that go. It's two against one here, Ursula. Is it? Remind me, where are we again? Huh, since when? Girl wasn't like this before. You're welcome to try, Ines. She's wearing a smile, but she's dead serious. The most important thing I've learned over the years is to be true to my decisions. And Therese, this is your decision? No, the military commission is. You decided to go with Babel, or what is it called now? Rhodes Island? And I decided to stand with the commission. We decided our paths a long time ago. Ursula, we can still... No. I know what you want, Hoderer. You haven't changed a bit. We're not those kids who strutted around cheery for a whole day on the back of a single bounty anymore. We don't get to relax after our missions these days. No idle afternoons in the streets of Casdell. We are Sarkas. Or at least, we're citizens of Casdell. It's our responsibility to make those streets and alleys a better place. Casdell is the main issue here, Ursula. Then you gotta admit, the military commission is the best choice we've got. Even Her Highness Teresa wouldn't disagree. It was the two royals who made Casdell into a nomadic city. The both of them who made it possible for us to even talk about the future of the Sarkas here. It was the same two royals who promoted me, giving a poor girl from the slums a chance to stand in the sight of the royal court, among those pure and ancient bloodlines. Once trapped by naivete and compromise, the Sarkas lose our chance at a true homeland. There's no room for me to hesitate here. The military commission, it's the foundation for Castle to become a nation. Will there even be a Castle once this war is over? All I know is I'm no traitor. Oh, I can't see there though. It was quite serious there. Yep, look at that. Sure, we were prepared to bump into this old friend from the beginning. Hoderer tacitly crosses from my side to confront this stupid girl, the major of the military commission. 10 minutes, that's my limit. Get as much intel on that thing as you can. I bypass several Sarkas blocking my way, shadows entwining their ankles. I leap up, climbing the nerve clusters of this terrifying creature. The slippery feeling makes me slightly sick. Is this a Farron mood? I've never seen one before. Show me the secrets hiding in your mind. Interesting. Hello, hello? This isn't a good section to walk on. My luck has been pretty bad lately, always ending up in the body of some kind of monster. Last time it was the Revenant, this time it's whatever this is. Ugh. I hope I don't have to jump off it this time. How was that hard? These nails piercing its spine must be some kind of witchcraft device. Are those nerve clusters trembling? Does this thing still have a will of its own? She's here. Spine Guardian. Ugh. How are they so quick? Climb up the skeleton in hot pursuit. The sinews between the bones become something like a ladder for them, with the splinters of fallen bones serving as their weapons. They know war. Also, let's train a real elite unit, but they could stand to work in some variety. All they got on me is the numbers. A foreboding instinct pops into my head and I instinctively dodge to the side. A huge cluster of nerves comes crashing down and the bone fragments I had been standing on shatter and crumble. It's so hard on itself. Looks like every bone fragment, every bundle of sinew here could be a deadly weapon. That's a pain. Nerve cluster wraps around again. I sink my dagger into it so hard that it recoils violently, carrying me high into the air. Alright, so it has the most basic of reflexes. Good enough. There's a cabin up ahead. What do you mean there's a cabin up ahead? Right there. With all my might, I grab the dangling bundle of nerves and leap away. Dust everywhere from wind-weathered bone. This should be the center. No clear interface. Is it driven purely by witchcraft? A willing slave? Or a marionette controlled by strings? Dodge my arts, Ines. That should have gone right through your heart. Still haven't fixed that old habits of yours. Your casting always deviates a little to the left. Lucky I've been on the bad end of that enough times. You in a hurry? Did Hodor make a fool out of you? It's fragile, isn't it? Not as honest as it seems. Welcome to Guess. If we get the chance, I'd really like to hear about those 3 deaths you mentioned. Must be a thrilling story. You wanna try once? No, I'd rather us live. You can make it through the chaos and live on, that is. Tremendous force flips me over. The nerve bundle sweeps away, trying to tug me with it. The Ferronmut is gradually swinging its body. We built a lot of cabins here, and the thing tends to drift into space. So this is, I guess, the real first interaction with the Ferronmut. Sort of, kinda. I mean, it's kinda dead-ish, being puppeted. What if the Ferronmut wanders when I'm not in one of the cabins? I really don't want to find out. I'm not Hodor. I'm not into becoming history. Shadows, like blades, sweep through the hollow bone. Say what's left of your dignity, Ines. There's no point. Your shadows can't protect you from the might of a Ferron. Weathered bone dust takes flight again, filling my vision. Thanks for the reminder. Hodor. The hell did you do? And or hit. Ooh, chapter 7 music. Oftentimes, even I have to admit that Hodor makes a pretty good partner. I'm actually glad we didn't betray each other. Hard to find a sarcasm like him. Past was tough, and the future's gonna be tough too. Dim firelight rises with the dust twisting. His figure emerges from the embers. Sparks in the wind singe his cloak and my hair. And sometimes, only sometimes, I'm willing to tolerate his obnoxious arts. We're well past the age when we can talk about friendship. But I'd rather live in the future castle that keeps the silly naivety we always laughed at. Turbulence is intensifying. I grab his hand. Forgot to tell you, Hodor. General Manfred gave me your book. It's pretty good, I have to admit. Gathered up the bits and pieces, arranging them in chronological order, thinking you found the thread. But you've been running all this time. You plan to do this forever? Drop it, Ursula. Time to say goodbye. Hodor, you're jumping with me this time. Don't get swept away by the turbulence of history. Never forget the present, the life that you're living. You're the boss. Boiling shadows point the way for us, scorched dust carrying us along. And to Londinia. The illusions shift before our eyes. When I'm falling fast enough, I suddenly realize that history really does look pretty fragile and hypocritical. I see a vast and familiar battlefield, one of the war zones from Kazdel where the flames are still burning. I recall the past. Hodor always wanted to steer clear of the war that tore apart his people. I forced myself to turn my head, while he single-mindedly focused on finding a suitable landing zone. Run away from the war? Heh. We weren't at Babel when Her Highness came under attack. We could have left Castle straight away. Why did we go back for W? Why join Reunion? Why lay low in Londinium all this time? What is Other fighting for anyway? What am I fighting for? Break through the earth, the illusions vanish, and we see what was always there. He grabs my arm, telling me to be ready. Arts envelop us, and my vision clears. Shadows rise from the ground. Maybe you stopped running a long time ago.
私は
Hello.
ただ人々の生きる権利を守ってあげたかっただけ。ビクトリア人であるかどうか、感染者であるかどう
Let's
かは関係ない。
BRB a bit first. We are back.